There's always something being detected, Zyger. That's why you'll never be Twitch's #1 detective. Come on. Nothing to detect this stream. You fool. You lost fool. I was like, wow, I'm up so early. I'm ready so early. I'm just going to sit directly in front of my computer and watch a YouTube video on my iPad in front of my computer instead of doing it on my computer because I'm a psychopath. And here's where I think I fucked up. It was a 55-minute YouTube video, and it was like just after 3 o'clock. But I forgot that if you pause the video to do stuff, time doesn't also pause. So even though you did have enough time to watch the whole video when you started it, if you then pause it multiple times for a couple minutes each time, eventually you will be 15 minutes late to start streaming because your YouTube video didn't end on time. So, also, yes, I was just like, I don't know, I want something besides, like, ponytail, like, the bun. So I was like, 2 buns. Original. And I'll put us back in the mood to get ready to finish Mantis's house tomorrow. Because this is basically my Mantis hairstyle. Also, I've never worn this shirt before. I don't even know where I got it. I'm assuming my mom got it for me. Because it feels like the type of thing she would get for me. And because my mother has really bad body dysmorphia that she definitely passed down to me. And so she always buys me clothes like 14 sizes too big for me. And it used to make me feel fat. And I'm like, wow, am I really that huge to my mom? But now I just know that like my mom, it turns out her body dysmorphia makes it so if she tries on clothes that are too tight for her, it really fucks with her. So she just always grabs things that are way too big because then she can feel like, oh, I'm drowning in this. Look how small I am because I'm drowning. And when I'm wearing like, I feel very Gen Z right now. Because when I'm wearing these like oversized baggy Gen Z clothes, it just makes me feel fat. Like, am I a size triple XL? I don't feel triple XL, but I'm wearing a triple XL shirt, so I must be triple XL. Like, I internalize that shit really bad. That's my body image issues. And so I put it on, and I was just like, ugh, I feel horrible. I feel so gross and fat, which is why I'm always wearing really tight clothing. It makes me feel skinnier. Ironically. So, no, I don't. I feel like when I'm wearing, like, I feel like I'm wearing a circus tent, which means I must be the size of a whole fucking circus. Like, that's how I feel about wearing oversized baggy clothes. That's why I wear my millennial skinny jeans and yoga pants, and I wear sports bras instead of clothes most days. I like my clothes on my body. I don't like, and I get hot really easy. That's the other thing, is I got a nice strong fan pointed on me, but I am definitely prepared to be too hot because, like, these baggy clothes, you know, baggy clothes keep more air trapped near your body, and the best way to get insulated and warm is to have hot air trapped near your body so that it's just, you know, like staying warm. So I find baggy clothing to be always very, very like, well, at least I can do this because it's so big because I get hot. So I don't know. I mean, like, I didn't realize the shirt was this big when I put it on, but it like, it matches my pants, kind of. Not even that matching. I just was like, okay, it's tie-dye pink, so I don't have to worry about finding the right pink, or like it has like this buttery yellow, which is like impossible to match. So normally I'd put on like a, I don't know, like a white bra. I don't know. I got lazy, so I was like, I'll put on this pink tie-dye shirt because it like matches, but then I feel like huge. Like I feel like a giant rectangle of a person, and I'm like, no, look, I'm skinny. So I don't know, body image issues. So that's why I could not do the Gen Z going back to the ugliest part of the 90s mom jeans. They're so like bulky and unflattering. I don't understand the appeal. My cousins are all like model, like they're like 5'3" and they all like 90 pounds, but they all wear the biggest, baggiest Visco Girl shit and they look awful. And I'm like, you would be so cute in cute clothes. Like, what is wrong with you? You fucking people who just have it naturally just waste it. I'm like always wearing a pajama shirt. See, I'm weird. My favorite pajama shirt is like a old-timey pajama set, buttoned. You know, just throw a 3 in there for fun. But like this is my jam. I love some PJ-ass PJs. If they have this piping right here, that is my shit. Like, this is me. This is me getting ready for bed. I even have a blindfold. This is dead ass how I love. Like, look at this bitch. She's so cozy. I love pajamas that look exactly like this. I wish I had more of these. I only have like 4 pairs of pajamas. And the worst part is, my mom got me Hello Kitty pajama bottoms that are basically this exact print. Maybe I can just buy this shirt because it's not the right shirt. But they're like this. They're like a full set, but it's just the bottoms. She was like, oh yeah, I went to this place and they had all of the pajama bottoms still, but they were sold out of the tops or whatever. So I just got you some Hello Kitty pajama bottoms, and I love the bottoms. But the fact that I don't have a matching top for them kind of drives me nuts because, no, I love the Apello Mega. It's so, I love feeling like wearing a pajama business suit. I don't know. That's the big part. I need the buttons and the lapel. I forgot the word lapel when I was trying to talk about what my pajama shirt needs, which is why I pulled up a picture. I'll even do this little shorty one. This little shorty set. I don't have a set like this. I have a bunch of these little shorts, but I don't have like a matching short sleeve pajama shirt. But this shit is my jam. Look how cozy this bitch is. These are, I want these. These look like terry cloth, but in the style I like. Also, this with a little bralette, very cute. Like, this you could just wear out. This is the type of shit that like I turn my pajama obsession, make it fashion, and then I can leave the house like this. Like I do love that. Otherwise, like you might catch me in the house like this. That looks cozy as fuck. You know, I just love it. Look at her. The flannel ones for Christmas. I love a pajama set. This is, and I sleep naked, so I take my pajamas off to go to bed. But before I go to bed, I get very hot in my sleep. I have to have a fan pointing at me and like 5% blanket on, or I will be just sweating to death in my sleep. I get very hot in my sleep. So like I will fall asleep in clothing sometimes because I'll just be so tired and I'll just lay down for a second and then fall asleep, and I'll wake up at like 2 a.m. sweating profusely and take them all off and then go back to sleep. So no, I don't sleep in pajamas, but I love living in pajamas. Look at this. Don't buy bamboo shit. If you didn't know viscose and bamboo, that's a new, it's totally eco-friendly bullshit term. For really unsustainable, unethical fabric creation. See, you can rock the type of outfits to a girl. I feel like maybe we should switch, when work from home became a thing and people were like, oh, but business casual, oh, but dressing up. I think instead we should have overcorrected and been like, on Zoom calls, everyone has to be in full jammy sets. I need a full pajama experience. These are cute little shorty versions. I don't have any shorty versions. I've thought about that. I don't know. When I'm wandering around the house, usually I get a little too chilly because I can't regulate my body temperature. So I'm cold all day, and then I get in bed and I'm too hot. But no, I'm so looking at this. I'm getting so cozy. I gotta be honest with you guys. I just love even just looking at pajamas has me feeling so cozy. Disco bed and to flare that. Yes, Omega. I love it. I feel so fancy. Like, ooh, look at me. I got a fucking collar. Also, those types of pajamas are usually one of the rare instances where you get pajama pant pockets and pajama like shirt pockets. A lot of times they'll have like little pockets. I love that. Yeah, I am like a lizard. I am cold-blooded. I need to be in a room that is the exact right temperature at all times, or I will get too hot or too cold and I will die. It's just, turns out that's actually an autism thing. Like the actual thing inside of your body that regulates body temperature tends to malfunction in people with autism. Like that's not even just a me thing. Turns out I'm not special at all. Like everything I thought was like a weird little Kaylee quirk, turns out it's just being autistic. Sometimes it's nice because it's like, oh, I'm not broken and weird. I'm just autistic. And then at other times it's like, oh, it turns out everything I thought was my personality was a medical condition. Huh. Weird. So you just don't think about it too much or you spiral. Alright, now, today is Wednesday. We're doing let's say a Jackbox day. That's a very different stream. We are on page 6. Now, last Wednesday, we got through one page. I have this weird conviction that we're going to get through at least 2 today because I feel like I can blast through some of this. Every possible personality is already explored. See, I don't think that's true. Because you can, if you generalize enough, I think that's true about absolutely anything. But like, crypto guy didn't exist. A different variant of like, there's always been like snake oil salesman, things like that. But like specifically, crypto bros had to wait for crypto to be invented to be like tech bro. Like Silicon Valley types, there's always been like sociopaths and shit like that. But like Silicon Valley bro is a very specific type of bro that didn't exist until the like 90s. Film bros couldn't exist until films were invented, so like that's just 2 random examples, but like horse girls couldn't be invented until girls were around domesticated horses, and horse girl is a very specific archetype. Now, were there like girls getting really friendly with deer? I don't fucking know, but like horse girl in specific had to wait for the domestication of horses until horses were invented. When God invented horses, he also invented horse girls. Everyone knows that. But there had to be a time. So I fundamentally disagree. There is a new type of person. Like, that's one thing I miss about, like I always feel kind of about sci-fi, where if they do it, I kind of pout because it's like, I don't have to learn all this. But if they don't, I'm like, that's not realistic. Where sci-fi very rarely, I feel, really takes the idea that society looks very different 40 years in the future. Slang. Whenever a sci-fi movie doesn't have a bunch of sci-fi slang, I don't understand because it's existing only to that movie. I actually hated Newspeak as a concept in 1984 when I was reading it. I was like, what Newspeak? That sounds all dumb. It's so stupid. And now it's like, oh, wow, we really just say like unalive and shit. Like, oops, we invented Newspeak. I guess that was a pretty prescient fuck you, Orwell moment. So I do kind of pout when people do it because I can find it annoying, but then it's just like when it's not there, I'll pout harder. And that's another one where it's like, I want, like, Mass Effect doesn't have any character archetypes that couldn't exist in 2008. Does that make sense? Like, I wanted a character whose whole thing was they're trying to fuck one of every species. Now that there are new things to fuck, he wants to be like the Captain Kirk of now. Yeah, so another perfect example. Yeah, every cultural touchstone is from the 20th century. That would be like if we only made references to things from the 18th century. Right? Like that's, or, you know, et cetera, depending on what Star Trek. Where in the sense, like, yeah, there should be like a Shakespeare equivalent. Like if you wanted to make a fucking Steven Spielberg the Shakespeare of 20th century film, that could be fun. But you have to have like a bunch of like, oh yeah, and then, you know, they invented a whole new type of movie genre. Found footage romance, you know, and that blew up, and then there was, you need a little bit more like that, yeah, where I think that's so fun. Invent a new type of personality that we can't have yet, that would exist with the new technology and shit. Like, if there is faster than light travel technology, then those, like, backpacking across Europe influencers are going to be on cocaine in Mass Effect times, when they can just relay to fucking new planets. You know, those guys that keep getting murdered because they want to go to that island where the people are like, we never ever want to meet any of you modern fucks, and they just murder anybody who comes. We need, like, the Mass Effect, like, Mass Effect didn't have that. Like, I want, and I'm just using Mass Effect as, like, a big touchstone example that hopefully most people can get. They kind of have like a rule of three, you know, Albert Einstein, Stephen Hawking, Blagg Targ Eshfith, and I think it should be the opposite. I think it should be a rule of three where like two of them are names that the audience doesn't recognize, and then a third one that's like, oh, Blagg Targ Eshfith is there, Stephen Hawking. I had no idea. I think that's a little bit more fun. If we can if we can all like accept Katy Perry releasing songs in Simlish, I just think that we can have like, wow, all right, Blagg Targ Eshfith, whenever someone says something stupid, you know? I think that's fun. That's one of my conclusions. Okay, so I will also say that last stream we did touch on Stardust, which you can prove I have it open already, because I've never fucking heard of this movie. Kyle was like, oh, I remember that movie. One, Claire Danes in a 2007 movie. There's another hot take. I didn't know that we let Claire Danes out of the 90s outside of TV. I think Claire Danes is a horrible woman. If you look at every man she's dated and then look at when he stopped dating the woman before her, there's always an overlap. All she does is go after people in relationships while she herself is in relationships. I'm sorry. People who are like weird serial cheaters are a very specific type of sociopath to me. I know we're already getting on our second tangent in 26 minutes. It's fine. I just like, you know, obviously lots of things are horrible. But the type of people who serial cheat are so specifically like, oh, you like people who disavow the social contract to that level. It's like, oh, okay, you can't be trusted at all. Like, you don't play like you play games with the social contract. You don't want to eschew to societal norms in very immoral ways. Hey, Nightwing. Yeah, like whenever I find out somebody is like a had affairs or was the affair partner ass person, it's like Ariana Grande. I'm sorry, like Ariana Grande has something clearly fucking wrong with her, and I'm sure there's lots of explanations. Her concert was the setting of a terrorist attack. Her boyfriend she cheated on 16 times after she finally ended it for real, killed himself. You know, like lots of crazy shit there. Doesn't change the fact that even before those things. What is it with you about like taking other people's boyfriends? That's so weird to me. Like, to have that specific facet of your moral compass broken is so terrifying to me, because that's a very specific level of betrayal. And to consistently betray, because like societally, like your partner, your long-term partner is like the person you're closest to. You have more social loyalty to like your spouse than you do your siblings, your cousins, your whatever. Right? Like, and so when you are so willing to hurt and betray, and in that consistent, like, in a very consistent way, where there's, like, a period of affair happening, where you are just lying and deceitful and just all that, like, monkey branching is one, like, really gross thing, but constant affair having is such a, like, you can't even be loyal to the one person. You're not even like, people require a certain amount of familial loyalty and things like that, but with romantic partners, that is 100% opt-in and 100% opt out at any time. There is no, like, I didn't pick my brother, so fuck it if I betray him. Some brothers kidnap you on the phone. But your romantic partner, your monogamous romantic partner, you are under no obligations to have one. So if you have yourself in a monogamous situation and then you betray them, and then you get into another monogamous situation and you betray them, and you get into another monogamous situation, like, on a certain point, and the point was the first time you did it, at some point the onus is on you to, like, one, start breaking up, or two, to be like, I don't think I can do monogamy. I would have so much more respect for Claire Danes if she was a out and proud I don't say polygamist, and then I was like, I almost said bigamist. Then I was like, no, polygamist is the right term. A mist usually just has a negative connotation, but like if Claire Danes was like, yeah, I can't do monogamy. I'm a poly person at heart. I tried monogamy and I kept hurting people because I just can't stay satisfied in one relationship, and now I'm a proud polyamorous individual. Great. I'm so sorry you had to hurt so many people to find that out, but at least you know. She just keeps getting married, cheating on them, and divorced. A bitch can be a very fine dog. Zucker's brother believes strongly in the Midwest. Goodbye. But yeah, like, I don't like looking at her face. I just, like, there's something very skin-crawling about Claire Danes to me, where I'm just, every time she pops up in someone's wiki, it's because she's fucking their husband, and I just find that very, very suspicious. Is your brother Columbo? That's really fucking funny. The Lives of Others I've never heard of. Usually when that happens, it's because it's a foreign language film, so that's one of the things I was checking, and Das Leben der Anderen. Something tells me, German language film. Makes sense why I haven't seen it. We'll keep that open so we can look through later. I'm trying to get through 2 pages today. Everybody knows The Road of El Dorado and everybody loves it. How fucked up is it that this movie is from 2000 and is thus 26 years old? How fucked up is that? What do you mean The Road to El Dorado is 26 years old? This is another one where I have to take umbrage with the poster. That is not the poster I remember. I don't remember it being, like, black with a map. Why did I click it? I meant video. I'm trying to remember which one seems the most familiar, and I'm leaning towards this one. When I'm like, Keely, when you think of the Legend of the Road to El Dorado, what do you think of? And I'm like, I don't think of that one. See, they're trying to push this one on me, but I won't be gaslit. I don't remember that one either. I think it was this one that I recall as like here's the adventure begins. This is what I think is my canon, The Road to El Dorado. This is also looking kind of familiar, but I think I gotta go with this would be the one that I would pick as my Road to El Dorado poster. I don't know. Okay, I haven't seen Tangled, but it's my writer. Maybe? I don't feel like I'm getting weird stuff. Maybe that's... Oh, Flynn Rider. Okay, I was pretty close. For a person who hasn't seen the movie, I was pretty close. I know that it's this guy, and honestly, he looks like a perfect mix of these two. I have not connected this. Tangled's my sister's favorite movie. I need to watch it one day. I want to watch it with her, but we live on other sides of the country now, so it's hard. But yes, if you told me that Flynn Rider was just a perfect, like, if these two had the first, like, we took the X chromosome from one of them and the Y chromosome from another one of them and had the first all-male baby, and that baby was Flynn Rider, I would believe you. Yes, I would. Yeah, I would believe you that Flynn Rider is the Road to El Dorado men's baby. Yes. Of course, it's great. Now that I'm realizing one of these fucks is Kenneth Branagh, probably the blonde one, that ruins a little bit for me. Because I fucking hate Kenneth Branagh, and I will never forgive him for his crimes against humanity. Never. Not even if you pay me. Not even if there was a fire. I'll never forgive him. Also, one I've never heard of. And this has Lucy Liu and Cillian Murphy in it. So I don't know how the fuck I've never heard of this. Because look at Lucy Liu! As soon as I saw this, I was like, is that Lucy Liu with her little fucking freckles? Oh, God. I didn't clock that this was Cillian Murphy. I got too distracted by Lucy Liu, as I should. Jason Sudeikis also apparently in this. What is this? Ew, Brick Gelman. He's a Zionist. Neil, a self-proclaimed film geek and owner of Gumshoe Video, has always been content to live vicariously through his favorite films noir. But when he meets Violet, a real-life femme fatale, his mundane world gets turned upside down, and the line between reality and the movies quickly begins to blur. I have to watch this. I have to watch this. It's called Watching the Detective. It's not a great name for a movie. Neil's Letterboxd, I would like to see it. Motherfucker's a compound word. See, motherfucker does feel like it should be a compound word, but if I go to make that argument, I'm like, man, there's also a really strong argument for it just being 2 words. Oh, Zyger. I should know about PJs. Motherfucker Jones. Yeah, see, and when it's a name, it should definitely be 1 word or a hyphen. I would also take, like, Mary-Kate and Ashley style. A good motherfucker Jones. Just throwing it out. Mofa Jones. Hi, my name's Mofa. It's short for motherfucker. What's up? Did you use motherfucker as a compound word? Because apparently it gets mad at that. Unless you capitalize it as a proper noun like Afro. Volvaire, I know it's a Pedro Almodovar movie. I know it's super famous. I have not watched it. And every time I see this, I think it says revolver. And then I have to go, no, not again. Just 1 volver. And that's my joke. I know it's Volvaire. I know it's Spanish. But my brain goes, we're not doing this again. 1 volver. You get 1. And that's as far as it goes. Oh, don't put watched, Kaylee. We want the opposite of watched. We want one day we'll watch this. Which is the exact opposite of watched. Revolver? Ocelot? We are talking about Metal Gear Solid a lot today. What the hell? Babel looks like the type of movie I don't want to watch. If you were like, hey, Kaylee, I still haven't totally gotten a feel for when you're like, oh, that's just not a movie I'd ever be interested in, regardless of how good or not it is. Here's a perfect example. I don't even know what this movie's about. Like, I'm going to be totally dead ass. Here's why I wouldn't watch this movie based on everything I know about it. And nothing I know about it is the plot. So the cover and this Brad Pitt and Cate Blanchett, and they're super desaturated and looking wistful and serious. And then we have some like, oh, we're in a foreign place. Oh, it has a lot of traffic. Oh, here's a man of color and a woman of color, much smaller above both of them. More city stuff. I'm just like, what is this? White people learning how to live in Asia for the first time? I don't care. I don't care about moody drama anything. I don't like anything that looks like it's going to be really serious the whole time and not entertaining. I don't know how to describe it. Plus, maybe has Elle Fanning in it. No idea. And again, I don't know what the movie's about. So now let's read the summary. I like Oscar baity films. I don't know how to I just find Oscar bait so boring. I don't want to watch Atonement. Babel looks like an Atonement style movie. I don't want to watch anything with Keira Knightley that isn't the first Pirates of Caribbean movie. You know, I don't want to watch that. I don't want to watch either Crash. I don't want to watch like that. I mean, I don't think you have to stress about saying Volvaire, and I'm not going to pick on you, but I'm going to use this to say a thing that I say a lot. And my thing like that is if you're white and you're trying to say something foreign, the best thing you can do is just try to be normal about it. The cringy, and I'm white, so maybe I'm off, but to me, the cringiest, sympathetic, oh my god, fellow white person, just stop experience I have is when I'm watching a YouTube video and someone's like, all right, I'm going to try to say this name, but I'm really going to fuck it up, so I super apologize. Rinko Kikuchi? And, okay, so Rinko is, like, a really good actress. And, like, if you just say Rinko Kikuchi, if I butchered that, sorry. Or, like, you know, just try to say it. Like, right now, Alejandro G. Inarritu. Because I know, like, the A always, I always want to emphasize too much where the accent is, because that's an accent, but it's Inarritu? Inarritu? That would be the accent on the I, so it's Inarritu. I'm not sure, but I'm not going to have a whole fucking speech. Please, mea culpa. My poor whiteness makes it so hard for me. It's gonna be super embarrassing because these weird foreign words are just so challenging for me. It drives me nuts. I'm sorry. It fucking drives me nuts. Just say the words and act like they're normal fucking words. Because I'm talking about like YouTube essays specifically. Let's do this, where they'll just spend an entire essay talking about a Japanese game that they're like explaining the Japanese process of, and they're listing all of these Japanese names, and every single time they say one, they have to make some fucking apology speech, and then really Satoshi Nikaido. Bitch, if you can cut, if you don't take 20 minutes out of your day to go Satoshi Nikaido, until you're comfortable enough to say it on camera, make a different video. I don't know, I find it so racist and annoying when people, like white people, make this big production about how I'm going to attempt to say something correctly. Just try and move on. Like, I don't know. Whenever I was in class and I had kids with really hard to pronounce names for a substitute, and they'd see the substitute like pause and be like, they'd be like, let me just interrupt you to tell you how my name's pronounced. But my teacher was like, Rinka. Is that right? It's Rinka? Okay, cool. I'm gonna put a little, like, pronunciation. I remember a teacher who would. She'd put, like, little pronunciation markers, and she'd ask, like, oh, your name's Robert? Do you go by a nickname? Like, Rob, Bobby? And if they were like, yeah, I go by Bobby, she'd write Bobby down above their name so she'd know exactly, like, what you wanted to be called. It's not hard. Like, it's not hard. And when people talk about it like it's hard, it just feels really, like, the implication that it's hard feels racist. I don't know how else to say it. Like, it reminds me of, like, when Thandiwe Newton was like, hey, by the way, my name has always been Thandiwe, but when I started as an actress, some racist dude said, I'm just going to call you Tandy, and I went with it because I figured I would be blacklisted from Hollywood if I didn't, but I'm famous now, and my mother is like, bitch, they can say Benedict Cumberbatch, they can say Thandiwe Newton, and she was like, you're right, Mom, my name's Thandiwe. Guess how many times I've said Thandiwe in this sentence? Do you think I've heard that name before? No, she just said it once, and I was like, oh, okay. Like when Hasan Minhaj had that huge thing where he's like, everyone calls me Hasan Minhaj, and that's not how you say my name. I had no idea. I wasn't saying his name correctly. That's just how I had always seen it. The Zendaya versus Zendaya was another one where, like, some people still don't know what... Kamala Harris is the word comma with la. And people still are like, well, what am I supposed to do? Learn how to say Kamala? It could be Kamala. Well, it could, but it's not. It's Kamala. So just say that now. Like, it's not... To me, it's like, it's the exact same energy you bring to pronouns. If you go, I'm so sorry, I might fuck up your pronouns a bunch, I'm gonna try really hard, I'm not doing it on purpose, but, like, just to be clear, you use she, her. Like, that feels so much grosser than just, like, she, and then you just keep going. Like, you know what? Does that make sense? Like, I've never heard from a marginalized person. You know what I really love? When people dwell on how tricky it is to humanize me. I really love when white people take time to say my name correctly or use my correct pronouns, but only after making a big speech about how they're super trying hard even if they fuck up. Like, when has that ever been good? So, like, to me, it's just like, hey, I speak a different language. So if to me, it's basic empathy. If a Japanese person is making a video about the history of X-Men and they pronounce some names wrong, do you go in and go, wow, you're so racist, you pronounced that name wrong? You go, hey, by the way, it's actually pronounced phonetic spelling here. There was a guy, I'm not going to link their channel. There was a guy, and I did bring it up to Kyle, but I didn't comment because I didn't want it to be rude. So I just was like, oh no, I hope somebody corrects him. In his bio, he actually had made a post where he had taken an 8-month break from videos. And he was back with a Supermassive Games video. And somebody in the comments was like, what the fuck? Why has it been like a year since your last video? And he commented back, check my post. And then that guy was like, oh my god, I'm so sorry. So I got curious and I checked his post. And his post was like, hey, I've been bouncing between Russia and the Philippines for like 2 years. I'm not sure if he's Russian or Filipino or, both. But, things have been really crazy, and, a lot of stuff's been going on, so I'm not gonna be able to post videos as often. And he had accented English in his videos, so I was like, okay, cool, English is not his first language. He doesn't even live in an English-speaking country other than the Philippines, which is a mix. and he talked about parapsychology. I put the word in chat for people who've never seen it written out before. He talked about parapsychology a lot because it was, something to do with the Supermassive Games video he was discussing. And he kept calling it parapsychology. Pronouncing both P's. Parapsychology. Parapsychology. Every time he said it, parapsychology. And you don't speak English. That's a hard word. It's not a judgment call. You just go, actually, bud, the second P's silent. It's just parapsychology. That's it. That's all it takes. And so if you know that intrinsically is true with non-English speakers speaking English, it just really confuses me why, as an English speaker, you would do it the opposite way. I get it. I have seen Reddit posts where somebody's like, hey, I'm really, really sorry if the English is super fucked up. English isn't my first language. I just need some advice and I don't know where to go. And it's the most perfect fucking English you've ever seen in your life. That's a kind of joke about Reddit. But even if there were typos, even if they're like, hey, English is my first language, and they make a couple, tense mistakes and things like that, you go, oh, I read that, and I don't go, oh, they're clearly an idiot, or, oh, they're racist against English-speaking people. I just go, oh, English isn't their first language. English is a hard language. They've made a couple errors. No biggie. What I don't like, and what I always feel really bad about, is when they make that I don't know, English is not my first language. If there's any issues, I really apologize, blah, blah, blah. Nobody I've ever seen on Reddit, a horrible place to be mean to people, no one has ever responded to that paragraph with, how dare you write this paragraph instead of learning English more? Instead, everyone's always like, dude, your English is super good, or dude, you're clearly trying your best in a foreign language, don't even worry about it. You know what I mean? I have never seen somebody be like, as you should be apologetic. And so I really want white people to internalize just the concept of empathy. And if you don't feel non-English speakers need to make a giant speech before they attempt to pronounce your name, and you don't feel like if a non-English speaker pronouncing your name wrong is... I had a manager once who had very accented English, and he called me Kylie all the time. I don't know how to describe it other than I could tell that it was just natural with his accent for Kaylee to come out more like Kylie. And I had another manager who approached me and was like, he's been saying your name wrong for 6 months. Do you want me to talk to him? And I was like, no, I know he knows my name. I know that he has accented English, and I know that, the way his English comes out, my name just either is easier for him to say or comes out he knows my name. He's trying his best. That's just what my name sounds like in his accent. It shouldn't be a bother. I don't know how else to say it. So, sorry, third thing, but it's just, you touched on one of my touch points. Just try. I think that if you feel less the person listening, if one feels less shame about trying anyways, because when you make this big speech, you kind of build it up, oh no, if I don't get it right, it's gonna be really embarrassing. If you just try and be like, Rinko Kikuchi, and somebody who actually can say Rinko Kikuchi is actually, it's Rinko Kikuchi. Maybe I was putting the emphasis wrong. And I go, oh, okay, cool. I'll tell you a real example. On Takamaki. That's what I meant to type too. On Takamaki is pronounced on Takamaki. If you asked me to read this before Persona 5 voice acting happened, I read this as Ann, even though I knew it would be pronounced on in English. Ann Takamaki. That's how I was saying it in my head. Oh, on Takamaki. Because I even knew that the Ann would be on, but I would still go on Takamaki. Because that was the emphasis, where it's Takamaki. And then I found out that, no, in Japanese, it's more like Takamaki. The emphasis is completely different. And that doesn't mean I need to go back and apologize for every time I was reading it as Takamaki in my head. It's just oh, okay, in Japanese, it's actually Takamaki. Good to know. Now I know that. I'm not going to be okay, if I fuck this up, I'm really sorry, because, Japanese isn't my first language, but, and Takamaki? No, I hate the question mark. I don't want to hear a question mark at the end of a proper noun. It really bothers me. Say it with confidence. And if you have to say it 16 times to say it with confidence, practice. Yeah, exactly, Nightwing. I don't know if I'm going to fuck it up. I'll just, if you really are trying to learn and you're in a position where, because I also don't I'm going to try to say this French name, and if I'm by a French person, I expect them to be my teacher. No, that's not their job. But if some French person was hey, do you want a little advice on how to pronounce that more the traditional French pronunciation? I'd be oh, hell yeah. Or I'll Google. I have definitely Googled, traditional pronunciation X name. Because I'm Oh, I watched a really interesting video about the name Jose. And one, that was me attempting to pronounce it more authentic, because it was interesting. It was a video about how the formation of English and the formation of Spanish are different in ways that cause white people to pronounce it Jose with like A-Y. But the actual name has a jota, which has a more glottal sound that is very similar to like Scottish. It has a ho to it, and so it's Jose, not Jose, like with an H. And it's not Jose, it's Jose. The accent on the E and the E sound in Spanish itself is much shorter, Jose. And so because in English, we don't have either, English outside of the Scottish accent does not have glottal sounds. That's a harder sound for English speakers to make. It's another reason why I struggle to pronounce the actual initial axolotl correctly, because it's axolotl with that click, the TL like sound, and I really struggle to make that. And because of my lisp, I struggle to make the axolotl sound correctly. But yeah, most Americans will never realize that they're saying, and I'll just say the American way, most people won't realize that Jose is wrong. Like, oh yeah, I can say Jose correctly. It's actually Jose. Things like that. I can't call any Bleach character by their name except Chad. Well, that's his name, like Ulquiorra. Like, that shit is broken. Or like, yeah, I'm sure Rukia Kuchiki's last name I was pronouncing wrong. Kuchiki's not the most intuitive. I remember when I was pronouncing Sasuke from Naruto's name Sasuke. My friend and I were literally discussing Sasuke from Naruto when we were reading Shonen Jump. This is before the anime. I remember when the voice actors for the anime got announced, and we were like, oh my god. So this is when it was just a manga. There was no hearing it out loud. And I remember we were talking about Sasuke, and this is real, and we started talking about Sanosuke from Rurouni Kenshin. And I was like, wait, Sanosuke is pronounced Ske. And then we were like, wait a minute, Yusuke from Yu Yu Hakusho is pronounced Ske. I think his name is Sasuke. Like, shit you not. I remember we were literally, like, we had this revelation together. We were, like, thinking of other, like, anime characters' names that end in S-U-K-E. And we were like, S-U-K-E makes a sk sound. It doesn't make a suk. It's one so. Like, I remember learning that. I'm gonna say his name like an anime girl. Did you hit it with a hard Naruto? Yeah, Ryu instead of Ryu. His Japanese accent is higher pitched like an anime girl. Oh no. This is my amazing Japanese accent. But yeah, I know Alejandro Inarritu is a great director. Birdman's one of my favorite movies. Hear me out. This is where it gets weird. Birdman is one of my favorite movies. I never want to watch The Revenant. And Birdman is also pretty Oscar baity. So maybe it's one of those, like, yeah, sometimes Oscar bait movies are good. I love Chicago. That's not an Oscar bait movie, but... Sorry, he made a movie called September 11th that came out in 2002? Bold. Ernest Borgnine? I just am like, is his name Tomorrow? Okay, he was born tomorrow. Okay. I was very curious. I was like, is that his birth name? No. You can do whatever you want when you're old enough to pick a stupid name. Once you're right as an adult, pick a stupid fucking name. Kyoto. Tokyo. Yeah, like, when... I remember having to read Crime and Punishment for the first time, like, as the first, like, Russian literature I ever read. And because all of the Russian naming conventions and just the Russian names themselves, with the exceptions of names like Katerina and what have you, were so different from English, like the actual formation was so different from what I was used to in English, I'd have to have a notebook with all of the characters and then like a note, like main character, main character's love interest, main character's love interest brother, and I'd have to like, I'd get a new character and have to like write them to the list, and I'd be reading and be like, wait, who's that? And I have to check my list. And I did the same thing when I started reading manga, where like Japanese names were not intuitive to me in terms of gender or anything like that. And so it was very hard for me to remember these just new mixes of syllables. It's like when people name their kids something stupid in America. Like if it's a name you don't recognize as a name, your brain has a hard time remembering that's a name. I'll go back to this all the time. Like I didn't think of the name like Toru as a Japanese unisex name. I would even be like, yeah, I think that's a Japanese name, like Toru from like the Jackie Chan cartoon, whatever. Like, but then I read Fruits Basket, and then I read a couple other manga, and I kept seeing the name Toru, and sometimes Toru would be a girl, and sometimes Toru would be a boy. And now to me, in my head, if you're curious, Toru is the Japanese version of Taylor. Taylor Swift, if she was born in Japan, her name would be Toru. I didn't make the rules. That's just how my brain sees it. Versus I learned like Ko. The last name Ko is, now last name, the last syllable Ko, the character Ko, very common ending for girls' names because it is considered like a feminine ending in the exact same way that Suke is a traditionally Japanese masculine name ending. When you don't know Japanese, you don't know any of those things, right? It would be like walking into Spanish and not knowing things ending in O were gendered male and things ending in A were gendered female. Like, when you know that, the whole language is a lot easier to follow. But if you've never been introduced to the concept of gendered language in that way, you'd be like, what the fuck? I thought dog was Pero. Why is he calling me a para? Like, so I just think that it's really like, it's one of the things I love about like watching media from other cultures is you learn things that you don't even realize you don't know. Like, what are the most common names in Thai culture? Like Thai names. What is the Thai equivalent of John Doe? I've actually done that before. Like what is it? Yeah, John Doe equivalent in other countries. Placeholder name is the specific term because John Doe, like every country kind of needs that thing where it's like they find a corpse with no records, they need a thing for like people. And so I have found a lot of really great Reddit threads of people sharing their country's version of John Doe. In Chinese, it's Zhang San or Li Si, because they're both really common last names. Just things like that. Like, I just think that's so interesting. So, yeah, I look into, this is the type of shit that I just do. I believe I probably have read this Reddit thread. But there you go. I always forget I have to 200% it for anything we play. Anyman was the name used in medieval morality plays. Things like that. It's really interesting. But when you link, in Russia, it's Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov. I've heard that before. That's one of their little fake names. In Norway, we use Ola Nordmann and Kari Nordmann. Ola and Kari are quite common names, maybe more so 30 to 50 years ago. Nordmann basically means Norwegian person, like Frenchman. Textbook names. In Malay, we use Ali, and then Siti or Amira with an H for women. In Mandarin, we use Xiaoming and Mei Li. I actually saw someone suggest this as a name for a baby in another sub, and I was horrified. Paired with any common surname. Wang, Li, Zhang. In Brazilian Portuguese, we use Fulano. If there are two, we say Fulano and Sacrano. If there are three, we say Fulano, Sacrano, and Beltrano. These are by no means common names. At least I have never heard someone called any of these three names. I have no idea why we use them. And sometimes, in Spanish, at least where I'm from, Colombia, we say Juliano or Juliana. Sometimes without pronouncing the letter I. So Juliana and Juliano. For guy, a Brazilian would probably use the word cara. In Poland, instead of John Doe, we have NN, which you can translate to English as name unknown, nazwisko nieznane, or no name. In Australia, we have John James Citizen. In Chile, we use Juan Perez. Juan Perez instead of John Doe. Like, that's, it's stupid, but I find that so interesting. Pepe Silva should be the new. That's really funny. I can't roll R's for shit. It's really funny. I dated a Puerto Rican guy for 6 years, and he always told me, I have a speech impediment in every language because lisps are inescapable. But he always said, it's okay, I have a speech impediment in Spanish because he can't roll his R's. And I used to be really good at rolling my R's. Now it's like if I need to, I can do a really exaggerated one. But if you're like, it comes pretty natural for me. Because my tongue can go really, whatever. That's a trick. If you can't you can't roll your R's. And he couldn't make his tongue go, like a little motor. It's fun. So that's the one. I have a lisp in every language, but I can roll my R's. And I do struggle with Kyle speaks some of the most beautiful French. He gets those really French sounds. I can't get them. So I hate trying to say the number 4 in French. It's because it's on du toit. Everyone knows on du toit. Not too bad. 4 in French is hard because I don't want to say it. I want to get Kyle in here to say it. It almost sounds like cat, like a kitty cat with a French accent. It's cut, but you have to get very glottal with. I can't do that. The French glottal. It's cut. I can't do it. It's so hard. See, I mean, that's very unfair because literally you can just physically not be able to do it. There are people who speak Spanish who cannot roll their R's. It's a speech impediment. Just like how when I was in 2nd grade, I was in speech therapy for my very heavy speech impediment. And the only girl in my 2nd grade class who was also in speech therapy was a girl named Kelsey. And Kelsey was in speech therapy because she just moved from Boston and she had a really heavy Boston accent. So to this day, whenever I hear a Boston accent, my brain registers it as a speech impediment because my teacher was desperate to get this girl to say an R. Sorry, I have a little cat hair stuck to my lip gloss and I can't, there we go. I was I can't get it off and it's driving me crazy. That's why I don't love lip gloss when you have all these cats. I can't roll my R's, but I can roll my J's. Yeah, see, people don't realize it's not, I guess, intuitive for English speakers that J is the thing you roll. I think a lot of English speakers know from popular culture that R's are rolled in Spanish, right? But a lot of people don't know that it's not Jose. I mean, then I kind of... But it's not Jose, it's Jose. I also learned a really cool, so here, I'm gonna try, I don't know what this is going to. Oh, I meant I can roll a joint. That's really funny. I can't roll any letter. I was a little impressed you could roll one letter, not the other. I don't know how loud this is gonna be. So, I say it on du toit, cut, and that's the best I can do. It's un, deux, trois, quatre, cinq, six, sept, huit, neuf, deux. And so here we go. Quatre. See that cat, that TRE, that TR sound. I can't make it. Quatre. I'm gonna make it a little bit louder, cause it's cat with the essence of a that. It's almost a roll. Kyle can do this sound so well. Quatre. Oh, I made it way too loud. I can't do this sound. Quatre. I hate the number 4 in French. Quatre. Quatre. I can't do it. Quatre. Yeah. Quatre. Quatre. The fucking character from He-Man. Quatre. That's, I can't get that. Cat. My mouth doesn't like that. That I can't do that. Kyle does that sound so fucking good. Kyle nails that sound every time. He does the French equivalent of mozzarella so well. If he's saying something French, he just throws it in with a little French on it. It's maddening. I can't do it. And the funny part is, my French teacher actually explained French like this. She was like, look, the thing that makes French confusing is not the thing that makes English confusing. English is confusing because it's 3 other languages in a trench coat. French is confusing because the French people decided intentionally that the most important rule for the French language was that it sounds pretty. So there will be weird, confusing rules and exceptions to rules for no reason other than it sounds better that way. And that's why you have a lot of conjunctions. Qu'est-ce que c'est? This is a very common expression in French. Qu'est-ce que is a contraction. Because it's que est, But KS is not pretty. It's very mouth feel. And so they blur them and add an apostrophe and make a contraction. And kind of in the same way that I don't think a lot of people realize oh shit, there's an English contraction that nobody ever uses the non-contracted form of, and if you actually use it, you sound crazy. You just sound insane. Like, there's a very common thing, a trope in media where, like, robots or clones won't use contractions, or, like, Spock or whatever. Like, if you don't use contractions, it sounds odd in English. It's, like, a little bit like, we say, I'm fine. We don't go, I am fine. That's a little weird. What is it? I'm like, what is the one contraction that you never see not as a contraction that is so obvious, and my brain is, like, breaking trying to think of it? It's like a wee one. Let's. That's the one I always think of. Let's. I didn't even see it. I just thought of let's is a contraction of let us. Every single sentence that has the word let's in it would sound fucking insane if you said let us. Let us go to the store today. Let us eat. Like, let's is a contraction that you never see non-contraction. It's not considered more formal. It's just never fucking, because it sounds insane. Right? Like, it doesn't make sense. Why does it sound insane? Let's is a contraction that I never fucking see outside of a contraction. And if it is, it's intentional. Like, it is noted to be, it is intentional with the implication that the speaker is speaking strangely, right? Most of French, the language, runs on this rule. Like, I don't know, it sounds weird. That's why. So, qu'est-ce is a really common, qu'est is a really common contraction, and it's because KS is an insane thing to say. So, qu'est is just a nice contraction for that. All of French is like this, though, where it's like, why do you just randomly contract things like this? Because it sounds better. But honestly, it's a very my flip side to that is I find that really intuitive. If something sounds really clunky and then you go, wait a minute, yeah, that's right, this should be like a contraction. Like, to me, like, cascade makes so much sense that KS, I would be like, that doesn't sound right. Like, if it sounds clunky in your mouth, you're fucking up your French. Like, I think that's such a great way to check yourself, even if you don't know how or why. If it is sounding clunky out of your mouth, you're fucking up. Which is why "cot" pisses me off so much, because I find it to be such a clunky, ugly, consonant-focused word. And I hate it. I understand the Japanese and Chinese aversions to the number 4 because I fucking hate the number 4, but my hatred stemmed from my sophomore year French class. So we're just gonna leave it at that. We've already finished one roll and we're only an hour in. So I think we're actually making great time. Dee Dee. John Tucker Must Die is a movie that I didn't want to watch because I thought it would be bad, but I did want to watch because it had Ashanti in it, and I think she's beautiful. So I'm kind of torn because part of me still does want to watch John Tucker Must Die because it has Ashanti in it, and honestly, Britney Snow was so good in the movie X that I kind of want to see her in more stuff. But I kind of don't want to see it. Oh, and it has Ariel Kebbel from The Uninvited. There it is. Can't trick me. Recognized her right here. I was saying hello. Hi, Dee. See, Nightwing, like, it's always a plot point when someone eschews all contractions like that. Because you can eschew a lot of contractions and just come off speaking fairly formally. But if you eschew the contraction let's, and you say let us in every context instead, you sound insane. Like, it has to be a character choice because there is no, oh, he's just really formal. If you are saying, let us go to dinner, why are you talking like that? That's a character choice. 100%. I'm going to put it in the watch list. Fuck it. If you can't watch the 2006 film John Tucker Must Die, my thing is he better get revenge. I've always been afraid that this cheating fuckface was going to end up with one of these hot chicks at the end. And the 4 kinds of girl: cheerleader, vegan, filmmaker, and protagonist. Okay. I think brunette is filmmaker. And I think blonde is cheerleader. in 2006, they wouldn't let Ashanti be the protagonist of a rom-com, so I'm going to put her as the vegan and leave this tall girl as the protagonist. With the exception, tall girl could be filmmaker and brunette could be main character, because I think this movie is about that girl. I don't remember from the commercials. Anyways, this movie feels very like I couldn't... This might be a little too deep for a movie like John Tucker Must Die, but I remember in 2006 being like, wow, my peers all want to watch a movie like John Tucker Must Die. This movie is being marketed to me and my peers. I'm supposed to want to watch this movie. This movie looks dumb, stupid, and beneath me. Like, I remember being like, I can't relate to my peers. I remember being like, this movie made me so sad. That sounds insane, but I was watching the commercials and then seeing like other girls talking about like, oh my god, did you see John Tucker Must Die? That looks so good. And being like, we're different species. I can't connect to any of these people. It made me feel so socially isolated. Like, I was just not into any of this type of shit. And all of the like normal girls at my school, my sister, I think that's another hard part. Like, I had a stepsister 20 days older than me. We were like twins. And she was a normal girl. She watched Animal Planet and John Tucker Must Die. And I was just like, no. What? It made me feel bad. A spiritual remake of Kill Bill. No, I have to check something. Wow, Kill Bill's from 2003. Wow. Anyways, so yeah, this was a movie heavily marketed towards my exact demographic when it came out, but I never watched it because I suck. I can't watch the Bourne series. I've touched on this, blah, blah, blah. They seem fine. I know I've seen, I think, one of them. I think it might have been this one because it was a later one, and I think I remember Julia Stiles in it. But I had a friend who was kidnapped because some psychopath convinced her that the Bourne Identity films were real and he was Jason Bourne. And when she was like 12, she was taken across country and lived as his wife for a while. It was very upsetting. So I don't really like thinking about the Bourne Identity franchise. It makes me upset. I watched Sex and the City on TBS. I watched the edited for network TV 30-minute episode versions of Sex and the City as a preteen/teenager. I just want you guys to know that that was a thing. TBS got the rights to Sex and the City, which is an hour-long episode thing on HBO at the time. And, you know, it was equal parts sex, equal parts city. So they cut it down to, you know, how TBS would take, like, R-rated movies and then, like, just edit weird edits to make them technically PG-13. Well, with Sex and the City, they basically did the same thing. But that meant that instead of being an hour-long TV show, they just made it a half-hour-long TV show. That's how much they could cut out, because they had to cut out, like, all the sex. So that just left the city. So I watched this show, and I remember watching this show and rooting for every character that wasn't Sarah Jessica Parker and being so confused why this deeply unpleasant woman was like the protagonist of the show and how much I detested her. Now, I worked at the movie theater when Sex and the City, the second movie, came out. And the second movie was the last thing Kim Cattrall was willing to sign up for a very long time for a reason. They were very bad. I've watched a lot of video essays about the Sex and the City movies. I have not watched Sex and the City, the movie one. I have paid my Sex and the City watching dues. I do not feel that I need to invest any more of my precious finite time on this earth watching Sex and the City, so I will not be. But that does not mean I don't know everything that happens in this movie and universe. Anyway, Saw 4. Which one is this one? I don't know why I'm saying this. I've only seen the second one, and I have no interest in seeing the rest of them. I saw Spirit Stallion of the Cimarron, and this is another one where... like, as a kid, this is early DreamWorks, RIP DreamWorks, not early, it's 2002, but this is a kid when I came out, like, there are very few movies I remember being cognizant of being bombs, like kids movies that were bombs as a kid. I remember being very cognizant that, and I've talked about this, the 1999, the Disney film Dinosaur, one of their first 3D films, I was very aware how hard that bombed because I had dinosaur Happy Meals and advertisements everywhere and ad placements, and then after the movie came out, I never heard of it again. as a kid, that was kind of my litmus test for if something was a failure or not. If I never heard of that property again, it was a failure. So like, I didn't look these things up. Maybe I'm wrong. To me as a child, my perception was Dinosaur was a failure. Titan AE, and like Titan AE and Atlantis, I'll throw on both. Were very obviously failures as a kid, but like as an adult, I think we all know that those were box office failures. Spirits on the Cimarron is one of them. This is a movie I was like, that's got to be a bomb. I don't know if it was, and I know it's one of those movies like most bombs where like a lot of my peers are like, oh my god, I loved that movie. I have such fond memories of that movie. I'm not a horse girl, so I saw it. It was fine. I'm not really into... I was actually talking about this about Warrior Cats yesterday. I'm not into fiction that is all regular animals. I don't know how to, like, I'm really struggling to describe it. I really don't like, that's why I couldn't get into My Little Pony. If My Little Pony had Equestria Girls when I was a kid, I probably would have gotten into Equestria Girls. But buying figures of horses and they're just straight up like a horse and I can't put dress up on it or anything like that, it doesn't stand on two legs, like, I didn't like. And I especially didn't like if it was real. I hated Homeward Bound. I didn't like any of the like Beethoven, any of that shit. I did not like real animal things like that. And then I didn't like Balto. I liked it if they were anthropomorphic. So I loved Tom and Jerry. Fievel was anthropomorphic. He was cool. But I don't like completely non-anthropomorphic animal fiction. Watership Down, I fucking hated. You know? Yeah, Balto was a classic. That's what I'm saying. Like, it has nothing to do with the quality of the film. That's why I always try to pick, like, like if I'm saying a lot of ones that I know aren't that beloved, I'll be like, no, it's not. It's nothing to do with quality. It's about genre. So, like, I never wanted to watch Balto. In the same reason I never wanted to read White Fang. I had to read it in class. And so, I don't like it. I don't know why. Because if they're like Aristocats, I'll fucking, Lady and the Tramp, like when they're more animated to them, I'm in. I think it's why I'm super anti the live action Disney, like animal specific ones, like Lion King and Lady and the Tramp and shit. Like, I don't need even more realistic animals in these tales. The cartooniness is part of the fun, right? So I'm not a horse girl, and I'm not a animals just being animals. And my grandpa used to always rent Black Beauty and have me watch it when I went over to his house, because I think it's one of the only like girl movies he could think of that he knew was age appropriate, and I was just not a horse girl, so I was like, this is the most boring fucking movie, and I hated it. So instead I found his VHS copy of the Beatles' Yellow Submarine, and I would beg him to let me watch that, and then once he did, I would watch it over and over again. Whenever I was at his house, I was like, oh, I can't wait to go to my grandpa's house so I can watch more of the Beatles' Yellow Submarine on repeat, because that was much more cartoony, fun, and interesting than Black Beauty to me. So sorry, Spirits of the Cimarron. I just don't care about animal movies. I remember seeing Disturbia and being like, oh, maybe Shia LaBeouf isn't just going to be a Disney actor. And now I just have like deep regret. Like, this was the start of something dark. This was the start of something dark in a way none of us could predict. Do you think Michael Bay lays in bed at night in fear of what he's created? You know? Rough. We should have just let him be a Disney guy. I'm going to pull this Band-Aid off now. Oh, did I put the music back on? I didn't. I'm not going to make you guys sit in silence. I forgot it's its own window. Oh, don't get scared. Sorry. Don't get scared. Hope you weren't scared. Zyker and I watched Lake Mungo together in Seattle. And we watched it and was really hyped as a really, really great, high quality, like done well found footage horror film. Which, if you guys didn't know, favorite type of film, period, is a found footage horror film. I'm actually in a really exciting spot where I fell off the horror scene for like 2 years. At this point, we're like 3 or 4 years. And so now I'll actually have, hopefully, more new found footage horror films to watch, because I had just been watching them all. I have a Shudder subscription. I have a subscription with Found.tv, which is a found footage only streaming network. It's like $40 a year. So, that renews annually. That's how much I love found footage. Like, I go on Found and just, like, right now I'm not logged into this because I'm logged in on my TV downstairs. But I live for that's how much I love found footage, and I'm always looking for new found footage. And I got to a point where I had just I was picking through scraps because the problem is, I just clicked log in and it actually logged me in. So there's your proof. So my problem was that there's a lot of really bad, low quality found footage, especially on Amazon Video. If you go to Prime Video and look in their horror section, you will find student college films that should not be allowed on a streaming. The quality is so bad. Tubi wouldn't take it bad. And I don't get a lot of joy out of Tubi level horror movies. I need a certain level of production quality. I don't know how to say something I'll watch a bad movie, but if the audio is just bad quality, it's really hard, and and not intentionally distorted or intentionally sounds like the 80s or whatever, but I just mean I can't hear them, and now they're peaking, just bad audio. I can't do it. It's like listening to a podcast. If the audio is bad, I don't need it to necessarily be the toppest, but there is a certain level where the audio quality is so bad I physically cannot listen to this podcast, regardless of its size, scope, subject matter, whatever. That's how I feel about found footage, where there is so much found footage that is not just bad, but at a level of quality, either audio or visual, usually both, that is so bad. Chris made a short horror just by himself for funsies that is higher, that quality I can watch. You know what I'm saying? That's what I mean. It's not like my standard is so high. Not that Chris, Chris had a good movie. I also don't want to say that. I just mean that he didn't have professional equipment that he spent thousands of dollars on and hired professional audio engineers and whatever the fuck. He was I'm a guy, I could do this, and he did. So my if one dude just doing shit for fun on YouTube, to post it to YouTube later, can make something of a high enough audio and visual quality that you can see everything that's happening and hear everything clearly without your speakers getting blown out, that if your shit's on a streaming service, I feel like it should meet that standard. And I struggle because a lot of found footage can't meet that standard. It's so bad. And so I have a lot of found footage I haven't watched, but just because it's come on, man. What are we doing? Okay, I'm probably not logged in anymore. There's just I'll go through here and found, bless their hearts, they're small. They can't, and there's not, they have the good stuff. They have Gungjam, they have Taking of Logan, they have Hell House. But a lot of it, because they need live streamers, because they need volume, they can't just have a streaming service that has 3 things on it, especially in the first, I was here day one. I'm a day one subscriber. Also a day one Criterion Channel subscriber. Fun fact, the dichotomy of man. So I put earrings on because I was I don't need headphones. Okay. They get so rough. They have such low quality stuff that you can't just click anything and expect it to be of a certain quality. I'm just I don't even think I have anything that bad on here. Let's try this. If you're curious, so far, this audio, and I might need to turn it up here. Yeah, you can't hear shit. This audio's a little low for me, too.
What have you been doing?
Yeah. Audio's kind of low, but I can fix that. But I'm okay with that. What makes me nervous is the lighting on this one. Do you see how, dark it is? And maybe that's intentional. Maybe. And it's not so bad that I can't watch it. The quality of the video itself, very crisp, very nice.
Doing all this time.
Seriously? We're the best looking ghost hunters out there. You're missing out.
And you guys are gonna...
Because, the intention is that these guys are doing, their own, online video. So you want a little bit of jank to show that they're doing it themselves. I like this level of acting. This, Besides, Janet, we're making a video for our patrons right now. Isn't that right, patrons? I like having that kind of acting to it. I like things like that. This is in my list. So I'm like, I think this is going to be of a quality that I like, and then I will show
Lose
you
your
it.
minds over our next haunt. We are going to 101 Black Street.
You've probably heard of it already. The house has been going in and out of the news like the last few years.
It took us forever to secure the rights to film inside this house. It's sort of like an urban legend. Story goes, people move in and never move out.
Because everybody that moves in ends up going crazy and killing each other.
The problem
The latest
is,
incident was 3 years ago. 15-year-old Alexandra Stone was
if they
accused
get
of brutally
to
murdering both of
the
her
non,
parents.
it's scripted bad acting, and the acting is still this bad, I also can't do it. Because a lot of times it's just like people and their friends. So sometimes you'll be like, okay, they're doing a really good job of doing the like YouTuber acting, but can they actually act?
Apparently, she pleaded insanity, so they put her in a psychiatric hospital instead of prison.
So get ready for Suicide House, guys.
Like that.
And in the meantime, check in your closets.
Check
I
under
like
your
this.
bed.
I don't think these
Check
are piercings.
back
I think she
in
just has
with us.
freckles here and here, and I think they're so cute. Not to be a weirdo, but I think that's so cute because she's got 2 more there. I think she's just got little boop boop, little freckles. That's really cute. So this is a quality level that I expect. Like this is what I mean. They were a little quiet, but if they weren't so quiet that I had to have my volume at 100% to hear them. My volume where I could comfortably hear them, I'm at about 65 right now. And I usually keep it around like 52. It goes to 100. So that gives you a thing. But I've been known to pop it up to like 65 because I'm deaf. Now my concern is they did good bad acting. I'm going to click watch and skip to a place where people who clearly aren't acting. So I think this is going to start with that same like little intro thing. But okay, no, it's starting with real acting. So this will give me a grade. See, you can already see the camera quality is a little amateur, and the lighting is definitely aggressively amateur. But it's not so bad you can't see what's going on, and so it gets a pass for me.
Diana,
Reynolds, what are you doing here?
this is an open and shut case. We have the murderer and the weapon. Just get her side of the story and get her out.
I'm sorry. Who is the detective here?
You weren't at the scene.
Okay. I don't know why I think this is so cute. This is exactly the level, like, if it was any worse, it would be too cheesy to take me out of it. But, like, they're doing a pretty good job. They're like, okay, Law and Order, okay.
Innocent until proven guilty. Let me do my job.
Let me do my job. I kind of live. Oh, he's a cop. He's got a gun. You can see.
Morning, Miss Schultz.
Is this the jail? I thought this is very clearly like an office that they have either rented or borrowed, and I think that's really cute because I can see now it's supposed to be the interrogation room for the police. So yes, this is what I mean by like I need it to be at a certain level. This hits all like good enough. Like I'm like maybe Zarg and I watch this tonight, but there are a lot of them, and I'm hoping because this has been around for a couple years now. IMDb said so. Touche. With director commentary is also really cool. So by the way, that is a very fun thing they do is that these things actually have, because a lot of people, some of us miss DVD features like director's commentary and learning all sorts of cool behind the scenes things. I feel bad just pulling something up and being like, look at this, it's bad. But Zyger and I have had to go through a lot of like clunkers on here. Human Hibachi franchise. Nobody needs that. Nobody needs that. Here, I bet we'll get it really bad. I'm like trying to think of one of the. I was like, do you have anything that's like in the order that you added them? Because I can tell you that a lot of the order that they added them, the older stuff is. They were really trying to get whatever they could. I'm gonna look just at the Mayhor because they have to release stuff annually or monthly, so sometimes they really have to like stretch. Like this is looking a little rough. I'm so sorry to this person. I don't know. I'm just trying to show an example. I might just pop over to Amazon Prime because that's where the real garbage
Happens
lives.
mostly at night. Strange noises coming from the woods. Finding stuff.
Again, so far the audio is very clear. This is a little
moved in
desaturated.
the morning time.
What kind of noises do you hear at night?
I'm a cool guy. Yeah, I know I can never be an actor.
Where is he now?
Not far.
Where? What did you do to him?
Hey, take it easy.
This is feeling a little bit more like what I was talking about. Again, the audio and visual quality are not nearly as bad as what I have found. Where, yeah, like Zyger and I watched the entire Bad Ben series on Prime Video. And some of those got pretty rough. But oh, I'm not logged in. Will you sign me in easily? Fuck. Can you tell? I never use like, when am I on Amazon on my desktop? That's crazy. Maybe. Okay. Shout out to Spider Noir. The last time I used Prime was when Fallout Season 1 first dropped, and I watched a lot of it. I watched at least, okay, that's the Season 2 Episode 1, so maybe we watched all of it? Optimistically? That doesn't sound right. I don't remember it. No. We watched the first 5 episodes. Out of 8. Out of 8? That's not bad. No, we're only 4 minutes left. We watched the first 5 of 8. The first 5 of 8 is pretty good. We only had 3 left. So that doesn't feel like it's on me. But Amazon Prime to me is like, this guy's done so many movies that I've just never heard of until they're on Stars. To me is kind of the poster child for they will throw any like college final project on this site. Where is horror? Just let me sort by genre. Why is this so hard? I don't like bad UI. I know it's a really hot take, but man, just let me see genres easier. You don't even have a little drop-down menu when I hover over movies? What are you? Oh, James and the Giant Peach. So good. Speaking of movies. Adam Scott is in Hokum. I've only heard of Hokum by name. I've also heard of Project Hail Mary by name and have no idea what it's about. But everyone's like, Project Hail Mary, good movies are back. And I was like, what's it about? And they're like, it's about Ryan Gosling. And I'm like, that does feel like all we need for a movie to be good nowadays. But still. Okay, I found it. I was like, just give me the see more on horror movies, you pieces of shit. Ways to watch. Just give me Prime movies. That tends to give you a lot of the really good / bad stuff. We want horror. That's why we're in horror. Horror subgenres. Do you have found footage? They do not have found footage. That's pretty fucked up. I'm going to put Supernatural and Ghost, though, because usually they're really bad. The Taking of Deborah Logan was so good, though. Kelly, do you think we don't know what bad horror movies are? Why are you spending so much time on this? I don't know. I just get kind of sucked into shit sometimes. Okay, I didn't know Zyger only watched the first 3 episodes, and we watched 2 more without him. But in my defense, it's only 2 more. That's not too bad, considering how much time has passed. Can I see what's in my Prime list? Do I have a Prime list? I would feel like I would. I feel like I've put things in a list on Prime. Oh. Well, that's interesting because their profiles are Kyle and kids. But this is my Amazon account. Why do I only have a thing for Kyle? What? Alright. Something nefarious is happening here. Anyways, I saw this to say I've been beating around the bush. I didn't like Lake Mungo. I'm sorry. I know I really put it off. I didn't like Lake Mungo. I thought it was not scary at all. It wasn't even not scary. It was really slow and boring. And I kept waiting for the movie to start. And instead of a horror movie, I guess spoilers for Lake Mungo, it is literally 87 minutes of a family being really sad their daughter died. It feels like something that would play at her funeral. It just feels like a really somber, sad reminiscence of a teenage girl who died. And then in the last 30 seconds of the film, it's like, maybe Ghost did it. End. Like, it's just, this movie is not a found footage horror film. And everyone talked about how chilling, devastating, it's a meditation on grief. That last part is true. This feels like if Twin Peaks was just one movie that had no Lynchian components whatsoever to it. Dee Dee, that's a really interesting question, and especially depending on when you start the pie chart, because like I feel we as consumers would be very surprised how large the pie would be in terms of Westerns. Because from the 1880s to the 1960s, 70s, Westerns were everywhere. But yes, I think that horror has an advantage because it is probably the easiest genre to do when you're young with little resources. There was like, and to answer your question, I wouldn't say comedies, but there was the big 2000s mumblecore trend of indie movies about feelings and existence and stuff. And so they weren't scary movies. They were just indie movies about being an indie filmmaker. Like Garden State or whatever. That wasn't exactly indie, but you get what I mean. Like I said, mumblecore is a genre. So yeah, my hot take is that I've seen Lake Mungo. I would not recommend Lake Mungo to anybody. I don't want to watch it again, but part of me is like, maybe I was paying attention the whole time. It's not like I watched it half on Twitter. I was like, oh, this is going to be a really good movie. I'm so excited. I'm super invested. And then it was so fucking boring. That's how I feel like Mungo. It was just aggressively boring. Trick or Treat, on the other hand, was amazing. I fucking love Trick or Treat. Trick or Treat is so good. I really love Trick or Treat. And no, if you haven't seen Trick or Treat, it's great. You should watch it. It's an anthology, but with an overarching narrative structure that comes together. Yeah, your mom's a big rom-com lady. My mom's a big period pieces lady, historical dramas lady, and also stuff like Coach Carter. I know we had Coach Carter on DVD. I find shit like this boring. My mom loves anything that says based on a true story and isn't a horror movie. I love anything that says based on a true story as long as it's a horror movie. Otherwise, it's my first strike against something. Does have Robert Richard in it, though. He's cute. And Channing Tatum, apparently. Octavia Spencer is like 8th billing. Okay, wow. Oh, it's got Adrian Bailon in it. Anyways. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not into sports movies. I'm not into inspirational teacher changes the lives of some inner city kids movies. And I'm not into based on a true stories. So that's 3 strikes against Coach Carter. That's why I haven't seen it. Definitely know that's the type of movie my mom loves, though. House Bunny, we've talked about it. House Bunny makes me so sad. I saw this movie and I was like, oh, Anna Faris. Oh, what did you have Hollywood do to you, baby girl? Just made me depressed. And then also I was like, you can't keep trying to make fucking Rumor Willis happen. My other hot take is that Kat Denning isn't pretty, she just has big tits, so no one looks at her face long enough to realize that it's not good. And I know that's a hot take. I apologize. It's just how I feel. So I haven't seen it. I don't want to. I saw Drag Me to Hell and it really upset me. This movie really, really, really upset me to where I would want to have a conversation with Sam Raimi about this movie. Because she didn't do anything wrong. Like, I'm going to get into spoilers for this movie. Sorry, but I'm going to give you, here's how the movie starts. This woman is a loan officer for a bank. It is literally her job to be like, hey, you're qualified for this loan or you're not. This old woman has had 14 extensions on her loan. And she's coming in asking for a 15th. Christine, the main character in question, has done so many loan extensions and is so usually nice and forgiving that her boss is essentially like, 1, if you try to give her an extension, I'll fire you. 2, if you try to give her an extension, I'll deny it because I'm above you. This woman is completely unqualified for a loan by any metric, and the only reason you want to give her another extension is because she's an old lady and you feel bad for her. So 3, go in there and explain how math works to her. And so Christine does. She's like, literally, we keep giving you extensions and you don't give us any money. I don't know how you can expect me to lose my job just for someone else to deny you. I'm so sorry, I have to deny you. And then the old woman curses her and she's literally dragged to hell at the end. The big twist is that this is the end of the movie. Like, she does everything right, and then at the last minute, her boyfriend's like, oh, here's that button you were going to mail or whatever that you didn't mail, so you didn't completely close the curse. And then hell opens up and drags her down, and she goes to hell. That is the fucking movie. And it's just like, what's the message? What is the message of this movie? Get fired for no reason or you'll go to hell? Like, she is so nice, and all she does, like, she tries to help the old lady. She has a history of helping people so much that her boss is like, I'm going to fire you if you keep doing this. And it feels like the ending was just a, like, gotcha, haha twist that completely made no sense. If she was the one who shown at the beginning to be like, this lady didn't have any extensions before, or she had an extension, she'd pay it, and then she'd get behind again and get another extension, whatever, or like just literally like, you know what, I don't like you because you were rude to me, so I'm going to deny it, like anything like that. But they make it abundantly clear through multiple avenues that she would be doing her job incorrectly and be putting it at risk if she tried to approve this woman's loan extension. It's a Catholic film. That's very funny. But yeah, this was like a big... I saw this and I only know Sam Raimi as the Spider-Man and Drag Me to Hell guy. And so for me, I'm like, hey, quick question. What the fuck, Sam Raimi? Because this doesn't make any goddamn sense. I was with you. Even I followed Sam Raimi down to Spider-Man 3. I was like, yeah, I feel you. I also wish you got to make this Sandman standalone movie you wanted. The movie you wanted to make is really good. The movie they made you encase it in is really confusing because of it. But this is unacceptable to me. This is completely nonsensical. It is only bad writing. Like, I just want to be very clear. It's not that I'm like, I don't like it. I am talking that it feels completely antithetical to the rest of the point of the movie, to any larger points that it could be making. The only gag is that a lot of people have made really compelling arguments to Drag Me to Hell as a metaphor for an eating disorder, and a lot of girls die of eating disorders, so at the end she just dies from her eating disorder, and that's why she gets dragged to hell, in which case, like, that's sad, but I guess makes cohesive sense. So, like, the only way this movie works is if Sam Raimi meant it as a metaphor for eating disorders and wanted the girl to die from her eating disorder at the end. That's the only way this film makes sense. I saw it in theaters. I was not happy. I was like, oh, okay, like, it's wrapping up. I'm like, oh, that was a good movie. And then, hey, here's your button. Drags to hell. And I'm just like, what? That didn't make any sense. That's so stupid. Yeah, the eating disorder thing, like you said, there's a lot of really interesting YouTube videos, but it feels very much like, I don't know if that's the intention. She keeps seeing a lot of, like, demonic manifestations in her food, and the demonic manifestations and the curses make it so that she can't eat anymore because all of the food is, like, cursed and, like, moldy and rotten, and there's a lot of, like, projectile vomiting and things like that in the film, and so, like, in the same way that people make compelling arguments that It Follows is an STD parable, even though, like, I believe the creators have already said, like, we didn't actually mean the whole STD thing as the point, but, like, that's a cool thing to take from it. It feels like that, where it's like, yeah, It Follows probably wasn't, but could be interestingly read to be a analog to STDs. Drag Me to Hell has a lot of interesting parallels to eating disorders. So, I thought that was interesting. Primer's another one where if you haven't seen it, you really should. I haven't seen this movie in a long time. But I am usually very anti-time travel, and I watched a YouTube essay that was like the one movie that gets time travel correct. Something to that effect was what it was called. And it was about Primer. And it was just explaining how it wasn't, I guess it was spoilers for the movie, but then I watched the movie anyway. It's just like, whatever. But it was explaining how the time travel in Primer works is like the only example of time travel in fiction that doesn't create plot holes and issues and nonsense and just like spiral out of control shit. Like, most of the pitfalls of time travel are avoided with the complex method of time travel developed by the movie Primer. It's really interesting. It can be, if you just watch the movie without having like a primer on primer about how Primer works, I think it would probably be pretty confusing. But by the by, very good. It's honestly so charming how bad all the acting in this is. Also, yes, it's very much like this guy writing a movie and making it with his friends ass movie. Also love the character trope of dark future guy who distinguishes himself by wearing a hoodie. Man, do you want to watch Primer? I haven't seen it since later this afternoon. All right, a lot of time travel jokes. Where the Wild Things Are. Here's a weird one. I worked at the movie theater when this movie came out. And so I was very hyper aware of the campaign for this movie. And I had what I always thought was the book version, or like the movie version, like the animated version is what I was desperately trying to say out loud. But in hindsight, I realized, because it's literally just the illustrations of the book, was a read aloud. There was an animated read aloud of Where the Wild Things Are by Marie Sendak that was just on VHS, and my babysitter had it. And I also had a copy of the book, and I loved reading the book, and I loved watching the little video thing. And I loved Where the Wild Things Are, and I loved these illustrations, and I loved the the weird tone of it. I loved everything about Where the Wild Things Are. I thought it was great. And so when the live action movie was announced, I was deeply anxious. I was very worried because it's, an important childhood touchstone turned into a live action movie. And it looks like it captures the dreaminess of Where the Wild Things Are, but I've been so afraid of watching the live action adaptation of a book that is so fantastical. I have never seen it. This is what Furries could have been. I have never seen this movie. I've been too afraid to watch it. I'm not even kidding. I have been so terrified to watch this movie and have a I want to see what. Oh, his name is Max in real life? That's pretty cute. (2011, 2016, 2011, 2008, 2010). Okay, so he stopped acting. Yeah, I've been too scared. I should add it to my watch list, but the thing was that it was Spike Jonze, and if we sort by earliest, and we go down to Where the Wild Things Are, before he did Where the Wild Things Are, he had done Adaptation, which, if you guys remember correctly, I thought Adaptation and Atonement were the same movie. So I thought he was the guy that did Atonement, and that's a really boring, sad movie. And so I was afraid he was going to make Where the Wild Things Are boring and sad. Now, I had been aware of the movie being John Malkovich because it wasn't this. My mom had this on, again, my mom's a huge John Cusack stan. So you best believe if John Cusack had a new movie, we were getting it on VHS. But here, my mom had the movie, so it had that cover. It had this with the head. And I remember thinking John Malkovich was made up for this movie and not realizing, because I'd never heard of him because I was 6. I remember being very confused, where I was like, being John Malkovich, okay, John Malkovich is the guy from this movie. And then I found out that there was a John Malkovich in real life, and I was like, wait a minute, what is being John Malkovich about? And it turns out that basically the movie is about what is being John Malkovich about. Haven't seen it yet. Haven't seen Being John Malkovich. I don't really want to watch it, but it's on my watch list already. I do not care for the lifestyle. That's the thing. It's a live action film, and if one of the things you love so much about something is its stylized illustrations, it would be like watching a Richard Scarry live action film. Could they do a Richard Scarry live action film justice? I guess you could do anything justice. I would be much more interested in a Richard Scarry Leica film, like a stop motion moment. But I just get scared. Well, I wouldn't want the big hungry caterpillar IRL. The whole point is the illustrations. So I've always been very nervous about Where the Wild Things Are. Anyway, sorry. So Spike Jonze also, for a really long time, I got Spike Jonze and Spike Lee mixed up. And so I thought like, I didn't know Spike Jonze was a white guy. I thought only Spike Lee was real, and I thought Spike Lee was named Spike Jonze. So, I'm not sure when I learned that Spike Jonze was a British man. I think he's British. Could be making that up. What are you, sir? Rockville, Maryland. He's not even British. Even worse. I didn't know Spike Jonze was some white guy. I thought Spike Lee made a lot of these movies. CD, that's why I haven't seen it. It's probably very interesting because everyone always says it's really interesting, but I just haven't been able to be like, I really want to watch a movie about being inside John Malkovich's brain. That sounds terrifying to me. Anyways, I think our piece is great, by the way, because Resident Evil, I've seen the first Resident Evil. I know I've seen, fuck, man. All right, Paul W.S. Anderson. Sort by Resident Evil. I saw Resident Evil. I've seen Resident Evil Retribution for sure. I know I haven't seen the final chapter. And I think I've seen Afterlife. So it's got Ali Larter in it. If Retribution also has Ali Larter, I'll be in trouble. Okay, perfect. Okay, then I did see it. I like watching Ali Larter and things. I saw Legally Blonde at a young age. So I have. I've seen Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3, but not 4. Isn't there also an Apocalypse? Did he not do Resident Evil Apocalypse? Am I crazy? I thought for sure I'd get all of the Resident Evils if I clicked on him. This is bullshit. Is that a movie? Did I just make that up? I think I did. Oh no, there it is. It's real. It's real. You can't bully me. You can't bully me into making up Resident Evil movies. Apocalypse is the second one. Oh, he was making Alien vs. Predator, so he couldn't make it. Fuck. I don't think I've seen Apocalypse because that one has Jill Valentine in it, and I don't think I've seen Jill Valentine. So I'm going to say, because I also thought that I had missed something in the middle, so I do think that's going to be Apocalypse that I missed. I've seen Resident Evil, Extinction. Oh, it gets so hard. Okay, there are just so many of these fucking things. Yeah, Sweet Girl, he really wanted to make a movie that wasn't Resident Evil, starring what would be his hot wife. I don't think they were married at that point. Well, I've seen at least 2 in theaters, and I think Uzil made me watch some. That's why I was like, I think I've seen at least 3. But it gets confusing, okay? They're all Mila Jovovich shooting zombies, okay? Sometimes there are tertiary characters, but it's really hard to distinguish them all from each other. I'm like, I remember one where the world had already ended, and that's why I was like, there was definitely one where it takes place in a post-apocalypse. I'm trying to keep the Resident Evil straight. Because I remember seeing the first one, and then seeing one where it's like, and now the world is already, like, it's over. It was over in the last movie. There's like a red queen and a white queen and shit. Like, that's what I remember. I have not heard of this movie. Speak. Is that a baby Kristen Stewart? Wow. This is after, well, yeah, after by a lot, but how much? I first saw Kristen Stewart in Panic Room. So Panic Room was 2002. And this is 2004. That's like 2 years. She's like a little kid. Kids grow so fast. In 2002 in Panic Room, she's like a little 10-year-old. And here she's like a 15-year-old. This is not the haircut for her. She looks like the mean one from the L Word. I fucking nailed that, though. Shane. There's nothing against that actress. She just specifically looks... She looks like she's trying to be Shane from the L Word. That's Shane's haircut. Alright, anyways. Don't speak unless spoken to. Okay. Very interesting that it's so high on the popularity list. I'll mark that for looking to later. I didn't watch Black Hawk Down. I don't like watching war movies. I'm not into it. Sorry. I also haven't seen Eastern Promises. I'm not really into mob movies whatsoever. And I think I've told you guys, I don't like looking at Viggo Mortensen without a beard on. It's weird. I don't like looking at his butt chin. It feels like he should have like boxers on his face. I don't know. I don't like seeing it. So I haven't seen this. Haven't seen Eastern Promises. Sorry, Eastern Promises fans. Jeepers Creepers, I remember seeing as a young kid. By the way, the creator of this series is a pedophile. Like, he was already convicted of pedophilia before he made these movies, so they never should have been made. I watched this movie when it first came out, so I was 9 years old, so I obviously didn't know that because the internet was brand new, but now I do. So this is an anti-Jeepers Creepers stream. We do not watch or participate in Jeepers Creepers as a property, but I've also only ever seen the first one, and I'll remember very distinctly, spoilers for Jeepers Creepers 1, it has Justin Long in it. That's right, whenever I think of Justin Long, I think of the ending scene in Jeepers Creepers, because the ending scene in Jeepers Creepers is Justin Long gets got, and the ending scene is the creeper steals body parts from his victim. And so the ending scene is a close-up of Justin Long's face and then like pans out, and you realize that you're not looking at a living Justin Long, you're looking at the creeper having replaced its eyes with his, and the creeper is looking out. That's what I'm calling him. I don't know its fucking name. It's Jeepers Creepers. That's the creeper. I don't know. The creeper is looking through the eye holes of Justin Long's corpse because he has completely skinned him and he has the skin just hanging. And as a 9-year-old, that gave me really bad nightmares. So I actively, this was a movie that scared me too bad as a kid. I hated it. I did not like Jeepers Creepers. It was too scary. I did not like the gross guy looking through the carcass eye holes of Justin Long, and to this day, whenever I think of Justin Long, I think of Justin Long dead at the end of Jeepers Creepers just being a skin suit hanging. So maybe they'd run him over one more time. But yeah, I don't fuck around with this movie for a lot of reasons. As a kid, it gave me really, really bad nightmares, and that particular scene really, really fucked with me. Jennifer Phillips looks a lot like Rachel Weisz. I was like, The Mummy. She's a lot like Rachel Weisz right here. Getting a little Rachel Weisz profile. The nose and the mouth. Anyways. So yeah, I've seen the first one, and I didn't want to watch the other ones as a kid because it was one of those ones where the first one came out. I think there was kind of a gap. Let's see, when was 2? No, it's only 2003. 2017, there was a big... Because there's the thing, 1 and 2 came out, and then everyone was like, wait, are you a pedophile? And he was blacklisted from Hollywood until enough time had passed that people forgot, and so he made Jeepers Creepers 3, and when Jeepers Creepers 3 was announced, everyone was like, I'm sorry, is the pedophile attached still? And the pedophile was like, oh, it's my IP, I own it. I am very much still attached. And so you have to look really, really sideways at this entire list of actors who are signing up to be in the known pedophiles third movie. As you can see, Victor Salva, in 1980, like it's on here. In 1988, Salva was convicted of sexually abusing child actor. That's right. He abused an actor on the set of one of his movies. And then he also possessed child pornography. That didn't get leaked until 2006. So in 2001, 2003, we didn't know he was a pedophile. Then in 2006, it came out, by the way, this dude's a fucking pedophile. Protests against this film soon followed. Despite this, he has continued to work in the industry and made the films Powder, Peaceful Warrior, both of those prior to the 2006 it coming out, Rosewood Lane, and Dark House. This is the movie. Like, how do you watch this movie knowing that the child on set was being molested by the director? How do you fucking watch that movie? This should have no fucking views. Okay, not that it should matter, but just so you know, I watched this before I knew that a child was molested on the scene of it. Fuck you out of 10. Definitely uncomfortable for the wrong... Poor Rose McGowan can't catch a break, but also it's 2011. This is why you can't try... Sorry, it came out that Rose McGowan knew that one of the other main women in Me Too was actually a child rapist herself. And when there are text messages of her and that child rapist talking about how they were going to, play this out in public so that she didn't get exposed. Fuck Rose McGowan. Her whole performative Me Too bullshit is all very much... She's mad it affected her. She does not give a fuck it affected other people. She made this in 2011. Fuck Ray Wise. Fuck Lin Shaye. Why is Lin Shaye working with Victor Salva in 2011? You know, I just, like, this is the thing where I just struggle really hard. It is so easy not to do shit like that because it's not even like they're great movies. People working with Woody Allen have to be like, but it's Woody Allen. This is the person who made Jeepers Creepers. You're overlooking pedophilia and child rape for the director of Jeepers Creepers to direct you? Like, it's just, no, it's not it. So if you guys didn't know, now you do. I think it's whenever Jeepers Creepers comes up, I'm always like, by the way, that guy's a pedophile. Anybody working with him post 2006 knew he was a pedophile. Fuck this guy. So we'll just leave that at that. On the exact opposite of the spectrum, My Big Fat Greek Wedding, my biggest problem with this movie, and this is going to sound so stupid, is that it really bothered me that they were spraying Windex in open wounds. Like the whole joking, oh, we use Windex for everything, I thought was funny, except I got very, and I was 10 years old when this movie came out, but I remember this movie came out and watching it and seeing them spray Windex in open wounds and being like, hey, that's not good for you. That is dangerous. Don't do that. Like, I was very upset. I'm like, do not demonstrate to people it is cutesy to spray cleaning products in open wounds. That is a bridge too far. No, thank you. That is a public health concern. And I got really upset. Also, if you guys didn't know, Joey Fatone has been hanging out at Trump rallies and is a big old MAGA guy now. So if you didn't know, he's been going to MAGA rallies and singing NSYNC songs and going, NSYNC loves Trump, and he's betrayed us all. I can't believe they made a third one. They got divorced in real life, by the way. The girl who wrote this, Nia Vardalos, like, this is based on her real life, and they're divorced. So, My Big Fat Greek Wedding 2 and 3, kind of weird. Where'd all his hair go? I'm sorry, the kids who ate paper cups? Kids that ate don't eat paper cups. Who's eating paper cups? I'll tell you a thing I do that's fucked up. I like to swallow gum. I like to swallow gum a lot. I think it tastes great. I like the feeling of it going down. When I'm done chewing my gum and it has no taste, and I just swallow it. Can't bring myself to care. The only thing that's gotten me to stop recently is that apparently a lot of gums are getting so cheap now, they're just putting real rubber in gums. Like, they're not even putting edible things in gum anymore because you're not supposed to swallow it. So they're just putting, like, real rubber in your gum. And so I did actually have a piece of gum the other day, and I couldn't bring myself to swallow it for the first time in, like, 20 years. Because I was like, this gum feels like it might actually just be regular rubber. I'm looking for the gum, and I can't find it. It's Ouch Band-Aid gum, like in the tin, like back in the day. I don't know. I just like swallowing gum. It feels nice. Nobody can stop me. Zathura. I feel... Oh, it's a Jon Favreau movie. Zathura, my little brother liked to watch as a kid. And, like, as a kid. The movie came out when he was 2. We probably got on DVD when he was 3 or 4. So I've seen this movie a couple of times. And I feel like this movie was really close to being good. Because at its core... Zathura is a sequel to Jumanji. Like, at its core, Zathura, from what I remember, was like, what if sci-fi Jumanji? Like, after their father is called into work, 2 young boys, Walter and Danny, are left in the care of their teenage sister, Lisa, and told they must stay inside. Wait, why did my brother like this movie? Walter and Danny, who anticipate a boring day, are shocked when they begin playing Zathura, a space-themed board game, which they realize has mystical powers when their house is shot into space. With the help of an astronaut, the boys attempt to return home. Like, right, like, I don't know if it's how connected it is, other than, like, spiritual successor type shit, because they don't have any, like, crossover characters. I don't think it's set in the same universe necessarily. But yeah, it is a spiritual sequel to Jumanji. It's what if Jumanji, but a space game. And so instead of them getting like sucked into the board or whatever, the board turns their house into like a spaceship and they go on like a Jumanji style adventure, but they're in space with Zathura, the board game that they have to like play to get home. So I feel like this wasn't marketed super well. I don't think it was marketed as like before there was Jumanji. Now there's, you know, and they didn't really play that up because I think people really like the idea of more Jumanjis. That's why those random Jumanji sequels that are nothing like Jumanji got made. This is like the exact opposite of the Jumanji sequels, where they were like, okay, it's like Jumanji, but the part where you get sucked into the game board and like what would it be like inside the game board. This is like What If Jumanji, but it's a different game. So that was cool. I haven't seen it in fucking 20 plus years now, but thought it was a cool premise. Kind of wish it had taken off a little bit more. We could have gotten more Jumanji-esque games. Somebody's playing like a Barbie game. Somebody's playing like a Pretty Princess style game. There's lots of different options. It's really fun. Euro Trip. I've never seen Euro Trip. There's like Road Trip and Euro Trip. Shout out Michelle Trachtenberg. There were all these style of movies, and I was a little too young for them. Like, when this came out, I was 12, and these were, like, kind of like the stoner comedy trend of the early 2000s. All of those early 2000s stoner comedies, I was just, like, one, I didn't start smoking weed until 2011. So, none of that was hitting. And two, like, I didn't even have, like, a high school experience to touchstone to, like, be reminiscent on. I did really enjoy the song Scotty Doesn't Know, which I know this movie made famous, but I haven't seen this. I haven't seen wait, I bet if I go down, maybe. Yeah, Road Trip. I've seen parts of American Pie, and I've seen parts of American Wedding. I don't think I've seen any parts of American Pie 2. I didn't watch Road Trip. I haven't seen any of the National Lampoon Vacation movies, believe it or not. I haven't seen any of the Van Wilder movies, which are also National Lampoon movies. I think it's because I don't trust National Lampoon. I think National Lampoon is funny. It's like, I can't relate to what 20-year-old Harvard students think is funny. I don't know. There are 4 films in the Jumanji universe. Are you including the 2 Rock films? Or are there even more Jumanji movies? Oh, no. Okay, that includes that. Oh, an animated series from 96 to 99. I didn't know they had an animated series. It ran 3 seasons? It has Tim Curry's voice? What? Yo. Debbie Derryberry is a completely fictional name. Looks like she was born Debbie Greenberg and then married into Debbie Derryberry. But Debbie Derryberry sounds like the name of a kindergarten teacher in a TV show. Like, Debbie Derryberry is a cartoon name. I cannot believe a merchant who sells items voiced by Tim Curry. Oh my god, this sounds great. Yeah, I knew that these ones were technically Jumanji because they use the same font and all of that. I didn't realize that Zathura was considered part of the official thingy. That's cool. And now they're making another one with, Kevin Hart, Karen Gillan, all that. Okay, fine. Yeah, more of these. I don't know. I don't like it. I think it's weird and stupid, and it's like weird random pseudo isekai stuff. I don't like, I'm a hot chick, but in this world I'm a fat guy, and now I'm a fat guy, but now I got boobies in the I don't know. I'm an adult. It's not funny. Okay, sorry. Knocked Up I think is so interesting because Knocked Up, Katherine Heigl made the very tragic mistake of trying to make a nuanced point as a woman in 2007. So if you look up what actually, like, Katherine Heigl's career was almost completely destroyed by this movie. Like, in its entirety. Like, this is right around, like, it was a fallout from this. She had projects that came out after, but this movie basically ended her career because Katherine Heigl did an interview where she was trying to make the point that, like, Knocked Up in specific, but to a larger extent, movies like this, she was like, yeah, it's a funny movie, and all of the guys get to be really funny, goofy characters, and everyone else has a lot of fun, but the only 2 women in this movie are both no-nonsense, fun-sucking, super serious, naggy mom types. So she's like, it's a little disappointing knowing that you're, like, essentially have to be the only non-fun one, because the boys all... Wheels, I disagree completely. I am so glad she did like 7 movies after Grey's, and Grey's Anatomy has horrible, stupid fucking writing. The shit they would have done to her character if she had stayed. No. no, Katherine Heigl was way better off leaving Grey's when she did. Because like Killers made money. Ugly Truth made money. 27 Dresses made money and is apparently a classic. But like she's done a lot of stuff. But and yeah. Stuck it into Adam. I'm sure you're making great points. No. It's the beginning of the month. Somebody's gotta give Wheels a sub. Oh. Just like maybe Sire could grab me another Coke? Another Coca-Cola? Yeah, she was basically trying to say, like, it sucks that when you're in a comedy as a woman, you're basically always forced to play the straight man. Like, the guy's never the other than, like Dharma and Greg to this day is the only example I can think of off the top of my head. Like, I'm gonna keep trying to think of more. But in terms of a comedy where one of them is fun and silly and goofy and allowed to be free-spirited and irresponsible and negative qualities, and the man is the one who has to like be the adult and keep them together and keep on top of things and all that. I can think of Dharma and Greg. I'm like going through famous couples, like TV couples in my head, famous movie couples in my head. You could argue that there are situations where like the man of the couple is the like, I'm a gruff, serious dad, and the woman is the like, but I'm the nice one, like All in the Family style, or like Meet the Fockers, Meet the Parents style. Like Robert De Niro's character is definitely the more like, but Robert De Niro's character still gets to be the one like doing the gags and being over the top, whereas the mom has to be the one who's like, honey, no, you have to be normal. Women are almost always the, honey, no, you have to be normal. And the writers usually just dudes who don't know how to write women, so they write their moms and their girlfriends who are always nagging them to get a real job and shit. And so, yeah, Katherine Heigl tried to make the point that it kind of sucks always having to play the, like, shrill, naggy woman and never getting to join in on the fun. Like, It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia is a very famous example where when they cast Sweet D, she was supposed to be the straight man voice of reason, and Caitlin Olsen had such strong physical comedy and comedic presence that she slowly, like if you watch early episodes, that is kind of her role, and then as it goes, she just becomes more and more one of the gang and one of the other like equally misanthropic characters in the show. But the male writers of that show, before they had Caitlin Olsen there to be like, actually I could be a piece of shit too, you guys, their instinct was to make Sweet D the normal one. Yeah, we made fun of male nurse for no reason. But Wheels, my point that I had made was giving up Grey's Anatomy for Judd Apatow in 2007 is one of the smartest decisions you can do. That was not a mistake on her part. Grey's Anatomy has terrible writing. Grey's Anatomy basically will keep your character there and torture them with miserable, stupid, bad soap opera plot lines until you eventually quit and they kill off your character in some stupid way. She didn't just make that one Judd Apatow movie that made a shit ton of money. She also did like 6 other rom-coms and became like, there are still rom-coms she's done. Like 27 Dresses is considered one of the like famous like tent pole rom-coms now. It's considered very beloved. So one, there's no benefit to staying on Grey's Anatomy other than you're cashing that TV paycheck. She got 7 big movie paychecks. I have to imagine it kind of balances out. She also adopted some kids and married a guy who also acts and has money. So I think he's not an actor. I think he's a musician. Yeah, they weren't making $1 million per episode, and I don't think Katherine Heigl's character would have done anything but suffer. Like, look at what they did with everybody else from her original seasons and how they all ended up. Character assassinated and or killed off in a stupid way. Usually both. But so yeah, I don't think there's any real benefit to her staying around versus coming in and like again, sort of popularity. 27 Dresses is more popular than Knocked Up. I don't think a lot of guys realize this. I haven't seen 27 Dresses. I had heard about it because I was really rooting for Katherine Heigl, and so when One for the Money hit theaters and it didn't do so well, I was really looking into her movies, and I was like, 27 Dresses. I really like the post, and this isn't the default poster for 27 Dresses. I actually really like the movie poster for 27 Dresses. I think it's really clever. It's the whole dress that goes all the way down like this. I think this is really fun. A lot of times I'll even see this one with the two guys. But I really thought that this movie poster was clever, and it's beloved. As you can see, like it's listed as more popular than Knocked Up. And then The Ugly Truth came out, and she also, like, that came out in 2009. So she had Knocked Up in 2007. She had this in 2008. She had that in 2009. And that's when it kind of slowed down because Killers didn't do that well. But Ashton Kutcher movies also weren't doing well at that time. So I think that's kind of equal parts them. Then in 2010, Life as We Know It people really liked. New Year's Eve did well in 2011, but they were trying to recreate the hype of, Valentine's Day, the movie where they were trying to make Taylor Swift an actress. That brief period where she was dating Taylor Lautner. So Taylor Lautner and Taylor Swift are both in the movie Valentine's Day, I believe. And then Killers came out, and so like she had a string of big movies. I didn't realize she was in Valentine. That's because this is a 2001 movie. I was like, wow, she's in Valentine, Jesus. She's in things like The Big Wedding, gets her, getting money roles and things like The Nut Job. So I don't know. I think that her career is definitely more interesting than any of the actors I can't name that have been on 15 seasons of Grey's Anatomy. I did see a documentary about one of the Grey's Anatomy writers faking cancer. Holy shit, yes I did. That is crazy. By the way, fucking nuts. Absolutely crazy. So yeah, I kind of liked Knocked Up, but I watched it after watching that interview, and I couldn't help but see exactly what she was talking about the whole time, where I was like, why isn't she allowed to be fun even once? And it's like, at the same time, she's pregnant, and she doesn't know this guy. And this guy, by all ostensible purposes, is just a lazy bum, and he's going to be the father of her child, so she's kind of freaking out. And hormones when you're pregnant make you crazy. And so, like, this very much felt like this movie from the male perspective. I could totally see why she was not 100% thrilled. And that came off as, oh, she's so ungrateful, blah, 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 blah. Hachi, A Dog's Tale just blows my mind because it's such an aggressively Japanese story. Like, it's about an Akita puppy. It's about a train station. It's just things you don't have in America. And so it feels weird to me, but also Hachiko's story is so sad. I don't like interacting with it at all. It really bums me out. It really, really makes me sad. I don't think it's in Japan, it's this beloved, like, oh, isn't that a dog's loyalty? That's so beautiful. I find it not like nobody could make that dog love it enough to give it a place to sleep at night that wasn't the fucking corner of the road. I don't know. This movie should come with a fucking "you're gonna bawl your bloody eyes out and will never be the same again" trigger warning. I don't care how overly sentimental this is. If you don't love that dog by the time it's over, your soul is dead. I cried 3 times. This is why I don't watch movies with animals. But I already know the story of Hachiko, which is what Hachi, A Dog's Tale is based on, and it's too sad. It's too sad. If you don't know the story of Hachiko, there was a guy, I can't remember if he was a salaryman, because in the Persona version of this story, it's a priest at a temple. But I was a salaryman who had a dog, and every day the dog would, like, go to the train station with him, and then he'd get on the train and the dog would go home, and then the dog would go back to the train station and wait for his owner, and then they would go home together. And one day the owner had, like, a heart attack at work, so the dog was at the train station waiting for him, and he didn't come because he was dead. And the dog, Hachiko, never left the train station. And so all of the people who had, like, been used to, like, oh, that guy with the dog, they'd saw the dog, and enough people like, I wonder what's going on with that dog, that the story came out, and he became, like, this beloved, like, institution on that subway stop in Japan where that dog was just always hanging out. Until the dog died of, like, old age and a broken heart. It's just really sad. Like, that's the whole story. He just waited for his owner until he died. It's just like the future. Like, so the Futurama story about the Fry's dog was taken from Hachiko. Yes, that's a great point. Like, if you didn't know the Fry's dog story, one of the things that makes it so sad is it's a true fucking story. Like, that's a based on a true story-ass story. Do you see why I don't like movies that are based on a true story unless they're horror movies? At least you know you're set up for everything to die. No, Hachiko is real, and it's really sad to me. I haven't seen The Wrestler because it's also aggressively an Oscar-y movie I don't care about. Oh. He's a wrestler. I don't care. I don't fucking care. I'm sorry. Hot Rod, no. I will say Ela Fisher really does look a lot like Amy Adams, because I was like, wow, young Amy Adams looks different than I remember her. And then I was like, yeah, Amy Adams, I don't remember her jaw being that strong. Wow, she really does have like a strong jaw, Amy Adams younger. And then I was like, wait, that's Ela Fisher. Now, Ela Fisher is a huge Zionist, so the fact that she has shark teeth is something that you can point out without feeling bad. But, yeah, I really like The Lonely Island. I used to buy Lonely Island CDs and listen to them. I don't know about this. I don't know. I don't know what I don't even know about it. You see the shark teeth though, Robert, right? You see them shark teeth. Like if she was an anime character, they'd draw the line zigzag. Right, like I don't even know that this is a Lonely Island movie, but when I see Andy Samberg and Jorma right there, might as well be. That's very funny you say that, Wheels. I'm like, who the fuck is Akiva Schaffer? Oh, he just did that Naked Gun, and he did Popstar, and he did Chippendale. He makes movies I don't want to watch. I don't know how to say it in a nice way, but like, yeah, I really like the Lonely Island music videos. But Kirsten Wiig's face drives me nuts. I don't know how to describe it in a good way, but like Kristen Wiig could not do a drama because her face always looks like she's telling a joke in a very like, get it, kind of way. Like her eyes are always so wide, it scares me. Why are her eyes always like this? And she's always like, because I'm funny, right? Get it? I'm joking. Do you get it? Like, she's too, like, animated. It reminds me of, this is going to be very specific. She reminds me of RuPaul's critiques to Utica of how Utica does her runway walk. And how it's like, your runways are beautiful, but your weird overacting comedy on the runway really takes away from the outfits. Like, she reminds me of like a girl Jimmy Fallon, where he's always turning to the camera and winking. Like, Kristen Wiig's face looks like one giant Does that make sense? Like, she could not ever not be in a comedy. Because whenever I see her, even in like a comedy where they're trying to do a serious moment, I'm like, is this a bit? Is she about to like start breaking out into a bit? I like that you're like, the Lonely Island guys seem nice. I don't know if they're Zionists. This is apropos of nothing. Not nothing, but like that's what makes it funny because it feels apropos. So yeah, I have a really hard time taking Kristen Wiig seriously because she's so aggressively like, I have the same problem with Rachel Dratch, and again Jimmy Fallon, where they just have that like always making a joke. Amy Poehler can turn that shit off and be like, actually, I'm trying to have a real fucking conversation right now, and it feels real. Tina Fey can turn that shit off and be like, wow, I'm like deeply hurt and sensitive in this scene. Like, they have that ability to like sell actual emotions, and I've always felt that Rachel Dratch to a lesser extent, and Kristen Wiig to like the most extent, cannot turn it off. Like, they always look, you see? John Mulaney voices a face. Oh no, that's really funny. Yeah, Andy Samberg is a Zionist. I was like, this doesn't feel like it'd be really hard to Google. He's got Instagram pictures of him hanging out in Israel on vacation and interviews talking about what it's like standing up, being proud for the Israel and Jewish communities. So that doesn't seem great. John Mulaney is actually another one where like I really struggle. His face struggles to look serious. And I know he's done like bits and stuff about that. But this just is a guy who always looks like he's not serious. Because like even when he's being serious, it looks like he's about to stop being serious. This face right here, this is He's doing the face right here. This is what I mean. Like, he always just looks like a fucking... I'm like, be so fucking for real right now. He can't. He cannot be so fucking for real right now. Does that make sense? I haven't listened to any of his post mental breakdown, bringing a child into the world that should not have been created when it was shit. I take that shit really seriously. Like, what do you mean you knocked up a chick the same period that your drug problem was getting so bad you had to enter rehab, and the second that you got out, you married her? That is not how a child should be brought into the world. I'm sorry. Also, lots of terrible things about Olivia Munn. So the idea that he's like, Olivia Munn, that's who I want to settle down with, huge red flag. No, I don't fucking trust Andy Samberg. I don't know. Andy Samberg, sorry. Well, I guess not him either, but no. John Mulaney, no. John Mulaney is so aggressively a white man. And, like, he reminds me of, like, a Jerry type, where he plays that, like, I'm just a pathetic soft white boy to, like, lure you into a false sense of security so he can Anna Marie Tendler you. No, thank you. That man is a fucking shark. No, don't. It's very hard to explain to men why women would not trust somebody who has done the things John Mulaney has done, but no. Nope. Also, I've never seen this poster for the Family Stone, and I feel like if this is the poster I saw, I would have watched it, because I loved Diane Keaton until I learned who Woody Allen was, and I've never watched a Diane Keaton movie older than the 90s for a reason. But I thought the Family Stone, I actually watched a YouTube video that told me about the plot of the Family Stone, and it's nuts. You should not watch it. It's a woman goes to meet her boyfriend's family, and at the end of the movie, she's broken up with the brother she went there with and started sleeping with a different one of the brothers. It's fucking weird. It's a weird fucking movie. But I usually see this poster or this poster, and they made it seem like your traditional, like, family character study holiday piece, which is a genre I just aggressively don't give a shit about. If I'm with my family and it's that holiday, I might be talked into watching it, but outside of that, and I don't trust Claire Danes, outside of that, really hard to get me to watch. If I had seen this with the fucking looks like a middle finger, but it's the ring finger, that's pretty good. An uptight conservative businesswoman accompanies her boyfriend to his eccentric and outgoing family's annual Christmas celebration and finds that she's a fish out of water in their free-spirited way of life. And also, it turns out she wants to fuck one of his brothers more than him. It's fucking weird. Oh, good. Our boy Branson Reese has us. A miserable film about miserable people. The scene at the dinner table is a standout. I initially thought it was a send-up of Sarah Jessica Parker's character and her misguided big city liberalism. But it's more than that. It's also a send-up of this eye-rollingly supportive family and their uncharitable territorial liberalism. Everyone in that scene is in the wrong in their own special way. Even the gay deaf son who didn't do anything wrong. He's wrong too, probably. Actually, sort of an amazing scene in its multidimensional hatred for mankind. Now that I think about it, this movie might be amazing. I need to rewatch to be sure, though, and you're a damn fool if you think that's happening. The best thing about this movie is how it starts off as a movie about Sarah Jessica Parker, and then it becomes Diane Keaton's movie, and then it's about Claire Danes for a while, and it ultimately becomes Rachel McAdams' movie, which is how all movies should end. Utterly insane to start homophobic debate at your first Christmas with your boyfriend's family. Even more insane that one of his brothers reacts with, "She's the one for me." Because again, they say conservative businesswoman and it's 2005. So that means homophobic and racist. We like to pretend now that MAGA's a thing, that MAGA and conservative mean two different things, and MAGA means racist and homophobic, and conservative just means like stupid and bad with money. But they actually mean the same thing. They actually mean racist, homophobic, stupid, and bad at money. They've always meant the same thing. So yeah, this movie is fucking wild. Fucking wild. Nobody should watch it. Anyways, Christmas Carol is movie I was talking to you guys about how I took my siblings to watch it because I was like, oh, that must be a perfect child-appropriate movie. And instead, it was an Uncanny Valley 3D horror movie with the scariest ghosts I've ever seen in film. I would watch it again, knowing what it is. It has the tradition, like, it's basically the exact book being read out loud. It uses old-fashioned English the whole time. It's pretty cool. in terms of a faithful adaptation to the source material. But that means that 6-year-olds will probably be bored to death unless they have a very specific type of autism. Like, I would probably be into this as a kid, the ghosts giving me nightmares. But yes, also the 3 ghosts are scary. Even the one that's supposed to be the nice, jolly, friendly one, they're all very scary, and they will give you your scaredy cat kids nightmares. So just with that expectation. I've never heard of this Jared Leto movie. When did we sneak in another Jared Leto movie? We can't keep letting him get away with this. We can't keep being like Jared Leto and another blue-eyed, dark-haired actress to put him next to. We can't. Just because it worked for the fucking Requiem for a Dream doesn't mean we can keep doing this shit, and I'm tired of him getting away with it. Nemo Nobody. Mr. Nobody is his real name. Leads an ordinary existence with his wife and 3 children. One day he wakes up as a mortal centenarian in the year 2092. I can only tolerate up to one version of Jared Leto in a film. No. Nobody should be watching Jared Leto movies. Not in 2026. We have so many movies we could be watching. Like Band of Brothers, which I haven't seen because I don't like war movies. And Camp Rock, which I haven't seen because I don't watch Disney Channel movies that aren't Suzy Q or Xenon. We already don't do Born Supremacy. Talladega Nights is one of the movies where at this point I think I actually have seen some of it. If not all of it. But I'm pretty confident I only watched like 40 minutes of it. Because otherwise I haven't seen this film at all. But I now realize, I think I was in the room when somebody else was watching it and I was doing like half. Oh, and then I get sucked into it for like 20 minutes and go back to what I was doing. So it's definitely a film I want to sit down and actually watch. I'd like to do just like a 3-day period where I watch like 2 or 3 Will Ferrell movies that I've never gotten around to watching back to back to back. And I'm going to say Will Ferrell movies, even though I also mean, I really thought it would be here, even though I also mean the Walk the Line parody, Walk Hard. I haven't seen Walk Hard and I need to. I haven't seen Zoolander and I need to. Again, not a Will Ferrell movie, but you get what I mean by Will Ferrell movies. Because there's a lot of them that I haven't watched. Yeah, the villain is Sacha Baron Cohen as a Frenchman, because if there's one thing he's going to do, it's just make fun of an ethnicity that he is not. It's very strange. Also, like, when I say rabid Zionist, I mean Sacha Baron Cohen is on record saying, like, yeah, I don't think Palestinians are people and I think they should all die. Like, he is on fucking record being like, I think the ethnic cleansing in Gaza is going great, actually. Like, he's a fucking, like, him and Eli Fisher are divorced. They did not divorce over that. They're both very comfortable just murdering brown children. Like, weirdly comfortable. Which makes this whole Ali G character so much more racist. Like, it was already super racist. But even Borat, like, you literally want to genocide all of these people. Who the fuck do you think you are using the stereotypes about them as comedy? You are not a member of any of these fucking races. We just let him do it. 2000s were not as woke as we would have liked them to be. Rush Hour movies, I'm a little too young for. Rush Hour 2 came out in 2001. I was 9. So Rush Hour 1 came out in 1998. I was 6 years old. So I know I've seen the first 2 Rush Hours because they used to air on TV all the time. I think I've also seen Rush Hour 3, but even then I don't think I have. I know I haven't seen the 4th one. I have seen the Tuxedo, though. I don't think I've seen the Medallion, but I've seen the Tuxedo. I was so little when I watched this. I don't remember anything about them. To me, I watched a lot of movies like this because the adults were watching them, and there was like one TV in the house, so that's just what you're going to be watching. And I didn't internalize them well. So I know I've seen at least 3 Lethal Weapons, and I've seen at least 2 Rush Hours, and I think I've seen all 3 Beverly Hills Cops. But it's so if you ask me to remember, like, tell me a scene from literally any of those 10 movies you just named. Here is the only scene I remember from any of them, and I don't even remember which, and on spoilers, which Lethal Weapon this is from. But there is a Lethal Weapon where most of the plot is about diplomatic immunity. I think this is the same Lethal Weapon. That I think starts. There's a bomb in Danny Glover's toilet. And he's freaking out because they have the bomb squad there. And he's like, I can't die on the toilet. because he was shitting. So he's sitting down on the toilet and there's like a bomb there. And like, it's not a joke. It is played serious, but also like this man is pants down, freaking out. He's going to die on the shitter. So it was a very like, as a kid, I was like, is this funny? Is this scary? Is this serious? Is he going to die? Or is this a joke and there's not really any stakes? Like, I remember being so confused. So I don't know if that helps anybody who has more memories of the Lethal Weapon series than me. But to this day, of all of those movies, buddy cop style movies, the only thing I remember from any of them was Danny Glover almost dying on a rigged exploding toilet and freaking out that he was going to die pants down on the shitter, which was honestly very understandable given the situation. So yeah, I know I've seen the first two. I don't think I should mark that I've seen the third one even. I don't even think I should mark that I've seen the first two. But I don't remember any of these types of movies. I was just I remember the scene. All right, Dee Dee has my back. I was like, somebody please have my back. Somebody. But like, right? It was one of the Lethal Weapons. Maybe 3? Kicking and Screaming one, though. I also want to watch Kicking and Screaming just so I can stare at Zyger the whole time in judgment. No, because that's like another guy. It started with him talking about Murtaugh's retirement and Briggs' demotion, and then there was a bomb, and I got excited, but it's not a toilet bomb. All right, give me Lethal Weapon 2. Well, let's just go Lethal Weapon 4 first. No, it's not Lethal Weapon 4. Why don't I just do this? It was 2. Toilet bomb. Lethal Weapon 2. Okay, it is real. I was like, this is real, right? I didn't make up. I'm not going to die on the toilet, aren't I? Or I'm going to die on the toilet. Because he's like serious. It was not played for like jokes and laughs. It was so for real. I forgot to turn the music back on again. You guys have just been chilling with me. Okay. I'll try not to hurt you.
Excuse me, please. Please.
This is all I remember from any of the Lethal Weapons, anything. There's cops and bomb squad everywhere. Everyone's freaking out.
I have helped policemen through some of the most traumatic moments of their life.
And he's just on the shitter. Look. He's just on the shitter.
I'm gonna have to stick around here and help him.
Sorry. Okay. Anyways, he was like, am I going to die on the fucking toilet? And I was like, oh my God. Back in time for Lethal Weapon 2. I'm going to remember to put the music on too, as well, so we don't get confusing. But yeah, that's the only scene I remember from any buddy cop movie ever. Every buddy cop movie that there's ever been, if I have seen it, they have all melded into the I'm going to die on this toilet, aren't I? Scene. That was actually from Lethal Weapon 2, Omega. That's what we were just checking. Because I couldn't remember what Lethal Weapon it was from. Lethal Weapon 1, great movie. Oh yeah, you did say back in time Lethal Weapon 2. Lethal 1, great movie. Lethal Weapon 3, movie. Keeping his opinion of the toilet movie very close to the chest. He's like, Lethal 1, great. 3, 2, you'll have to guess. I'm about to go grab me a Coke though. I am thirsty. Yeah, Zyger, I wouldn't imagine you having seen any of the Lethal Weapons. I remember watching the Beverly Hills Cops movies because my stepmom was obsessed with the theme song for Beverly Hills Cop. So sometimes she would put them on just to watch like the opening of Beverly Hills Cop. Yeah, but you didn't do the same format. You gotta go Lethal Weapon 2, pretty good. Lethal Weapon 3, there are rules. Also, now that we have you, Omega, have you ever heard of this movie Speak? I've never heard of this movie. It's got a Kristen Stewart, but not even baby Kristen Stewart. It has post Panic Room, but pre defending Kristen Stewart's acting with words isn't enough. I need a gun. It's a great review. So that's interesting. Never heard of that before. We are doing great. We are doing great, though. We're going to finish this page, I think, before the 3-hour mark. Personal Shopper? No, I got to look when that movie came out. What are we doing? Speed. Sort by earliest. Now you're just making shit up. Did I miss something? She was in Viva Rock Vegas? Thanks, Tiger. All right. No, I need to see. Who was she in Viva Rock Vegas? Also, I always forget Jane Krakowski was the replacement for Rosie O'Donnell. Stephen Baldwin was like, I'm free, though. I'm free. Oh, yeah, and Kristen Johnston was Wilma. I never see her in anything outside of Third Rock, and she was very powerful in Third Rock, so I was always very confused when, of the three of them, the two men became super famous, and then she just kind of didn't. I need an answer for who Kristen Stewart... Oh, wait. Can I just... Ring Toss Girl, uncredited. I don't see a movie called Personal Shopper. I thought you were implying that you were like, oh, this is early Kristen Stewart, like before Personal Shopper Kristen Stewart. I have it in, oh, there it is. Yeah, that's 2016. Yeah, I would call it pre-Personal Shopper. I was like, wow, this is also shit before Twilight. Twilight was like 10 years before No, Twilight was like, what, 7 years? Or was it 2008? 2008. 8 years. Twilight was 8 years before Personal Shopper. That's not a good movie. Or good movie. That's not a good example of an early Kristen Stewart movie. That's a later Kristen Stewart movie. Cold Creek Manor is an early Kristen Stewart movie. Into the Wild having Kristen Stewart. Very intriguing. Is that, what's his face? Eddie Redmayne. Yeah, I was like the bad autistic doctor. Eddie Redmayne. That's wild. It's post A, pre B. I don't know what the A and B are in this context. I thought you were looking for later. Oh, no, I was saying earlier. She was a baby. Because this came out in 2004. It was right after Panic Room, but before Twilight. I keep forgetting the name of Twilight. Yeah. Sorry, Mike. I was confused because I had already set the late bookend as this is pre-Twilight Kristen Stewart. So when you were like pre-Personal Shopper, I was like, oh, is that also a pre-Twilight Kristen Stewart movie? That's why I was like, that movie's not here. Because I had already gone past... I know I closed it. I'm going to open it again. I had already gone past Twilight. I was like, if it's past Twilight, it can't be what we were talking about. Because we were talking about pre-Twilight movies. So now, you know what you're saying. I'm going to do this. I don't remember where I am. Oh, that's right. Man of Fire. Man of Fire is interesting because I really like Baby Dakota Fanning in movies. I watched I Am Sam a lot as a kid. I don't know. It spoke to me. Yeah, I was just being, look at me, I know obscure movies. There it is. As long as we're honest. I don't remember this movie. I remember it existing. And this, what I mean by that is, I swear to God, I think I've seen this movie. Is Radha Mitchell in it? I love Radha Mitchell and things. She's not in enough things. I just don't remember seeing this movie. I was like, I know we owned it. It's Tony Scott. It's Little Dakota Fanning. It's Denzel Washington. It's the exact type of movie my mom would buy on DVD in 2006. Yeah. So, Sweet Girl, I remember Tony Scott because he is the brother of a famous actor, or of a more famous Hollywood person who passed away young. In this case, he is the brother of Ridley Scott, who I think more people know. And you're like, that's a really weird way to phrase that. And I'm like, yeah, because in my head, he falls into the same category as both Chris Penn and River Phoenix. It's not quite as bad because with those two, I'm always like, God, I kind of wish we were able to get more of them and less of their sibling. Like, you know, I mean, like kind of a wrong one died situation. But not with Joaquin Phoenix. He seems nice. I wouldn't swap his death for somebody else's. But I would be much more interested to live in a universe where I got to see more River Phoenix movies. Versus the number of Joaquin Phoenix movies I've been excited to see is, I think, 0. I think literally 0. I also think I have an advantage where, one, my family's very trivia focused. We played Trivial Pursuit a lot when I was a kid, and my mom is really good at actors. Like, my mom kicks ass at 6 Degrees of Separation. She knows all of the actors, and she's also good at directors. I'm not good at directors. She's good at, like, producers. She's good at knowing who's married to who's related to who. She can always tell you fun little, kind of like how I do now, actually, I guess. But I always feel like she's way better at it. And she also knows a lot more musicians because she was really into like glam metal in the 80s and stuff. So she knows the names of like a bazillion musicians that I do not know the names of. No, my mom's not a big like she's not gonna search out indie movies. But if you go, oh yeah, it's got Kristen Stewart in it, she'll be like, oh yeah, I'll watch that, and then she'll watch it. But she'd have to have somebody else who knew about Personal Shopper to recommend it to her, if that makes sense. Like, she is somebody that marketing and ad executives exist for, because if she's not one to really go out of her way to seek stuff out, but if she sees a trailer that looks interesting, or, you know, somebody else watches it and recommends it, my mom will be like, oh, okay, that's interesting, I'm gonna seek it out now. She needs that, like, touch. Versus, like, I'm a serial killer and be like, when is this studio making a new game? When is this actor making a new movie? Like, shit like that. She doesn't do that as much. Well, yeah, now you recommend it, but she hasn't heard it. I'd have to be like, hey, Mom, my buddy said you should watch Personal Shopper. It's a good movie. I've been telling everybody what kind of movies you like, and he says that sounds like one of them. And then she'll probably be like, oh, that's interesting. I'll watch that. And then, like, 4 months from now, she's going to be like, I watched that Personal Shopper. It was good. Walk the Line, also haven't seen. Speaking of Joaquin Phoenix, I'm just not interested in the things he's done. Brunette Reese Witherspoon was interesting, but now when I see Reese Witherspoon, all I think of is how into NFT she is. And I'm like, ooh, gross. Her and Brie Larson launched an NFT together, if you guys didn't know. Chuds on the internet hate Brie Larson because she's a woman in the MCU. I hate Brie Larson because she's a dumb white woman peddling crypto. We are not the same. Omega, I didn't want to say that, but I literally saw Walk the Line here, and I was like, is that the Dewey Cox movie? And then I was like, wait, shit, I think this is the serious one. So that also doesn't help. That doesn't help, me be like, I want to watch this movie. I will say, though, fun fact, because I found out a lot of people don't know this, I think a lot of people have pretty fair misconceptions about country music because of the loudest types of country music fans, especially today. But I grew up in a very liberal and also country music focused household, so I grew up with a much more kind of interesting perspective on country music. Fun fact, some people, I would say a lot of people, know the genre outlaw country. Like, they'll have heard the phrase outlaw country, if from nothing else than the Archer season, where Cheryl renames herself Charlene and wants to make an outlaw country album. And a lot of people hear that and will be like, oh, Johnny Cash is like outlaw country. Oh, I know what outlaw country is. Outlaw country is country music sung by outlaws or about outlaws, or it's like, you know, jailbird country music, or like country music where they sing about breaking the law and going to jail and stuff. That is not what outlaw country is. Outlaw country is actually so much more interesting because outlaw country was created in the same way that Antifa was created. Outlaw country was created in response to the Grand Ole Opry and Nashville in particular's the city of Nashville had such a stranglehold on country music as an institution that you could not become a famous country singer without going through the producers in Nashville. It was to country what Motown was to R&B and, you know, disco to some extent in the 60s and 70s. Like, it was a very, like, monopolistic, this, you know, if Gordy don't like you, you ain't making music type shit. And so outlaw country was a group of country artists who refused to make music within the Nashville scene, going through those like 4 major Nashville music companies. And they were like, fuck you guys, we're making our own music with blackjack and hookers in like our garages with stolen bootleg equipment and shit. And it's like French New Wave more than it is, you know, people hear outlaw and they think the songs are about outlaws, but outlaw country is a movement in the same way that the hippie movement, or French New Wave being, you know, more specific to the arts, I think is an even better example. French New Wave was a movement born from, et cetera, et cetera. And so Johnny Cash, went to jail a lot and sang songs about going to jail, but the reason he's outlaw country, and the reason, like, they see, you know, Sun Records in Memphis Jerry Lee Lewis, Carl Perkins, not Elvis. He wasn't as much a country in the end, but they were called outlaw country because they were going out, like, they were breaking the rules and the laws of, like, the genre of country music by, you know, circumventing the man to put out their music directly to the public. That was the outlaw part, not the content of the songs. And I think that difference is slight, but it makes such an interesting nuance to... Is this playing? It's not playing, I'm sorry. Oh, it's so loud, I apologize. Sire yelled, I heard him. Scared the shit out of him. I'm so sorry. So sorry, everybody. So yeah, I have more respect for Johnny Cash as like an outlaw country pioneer, because yes, in the same way, like he was responding to the corporatization of country music and going like, no, I'm not gonna make, you know, like Sarah Bareilles' song Love Song. If you guys didn't know, that song, which was her first big hit, was a song she wrote to her production company, because her production company was like, oh, you're like writing music and you want us to put it on an album and make it? That's cute. We want love songs. Love songs sell. We can sell them to commercials for mushy shit. We can sell them for trailers for movies. Can you write us some love songs, please? And so she wrote the song Love Song, and if you look at the lyrics, the chorus going, I'm not gonna write you a love song because you asked me to, because you need one. It's very on the nose what the song is about, but people don't listen to music. Like underground rap. Yeah, like garage bands, like garage rock, like punk rock in the grunge movement in the 90s, where they were like, fuck it. We're just going to send our tapes directly to radio stations and see if they'll play them. And then if we get enough radio play, we can then get a record deal. That type of like going outside the system to make music that doesn't necessarily fit what the mold of music is at the time. That's what outlaw country is. So when you hear that a musician is an outlaw country musician, that doesn't mean that they sing the type of songs Johnny Cash sings. That means that they were working with Johnny Cash to produce art outside of the system. And that's really interesting. But yeah, I'm gonna watch the Dewey Cox story before I watch Walk the Line. Sorry. This poster is fire. That is not the poster for Walk the Line, though. That's the other thing. Who is choosing these, like, I'm gonna choose the artsy posters? Because that's not the Walk the Line poster. When I think of Walk the Line, I think of either this poster or this poster. These were the two posters, Reese Witherspoon and Joaquin Phoenix, whether they were about to kiss. I don't remember this side one. This one, I don't recall this one. To me, the posters that I saw all the time were this one with them nose to nose, and this one where they're like about to be nose to nose. But that's all I recall. I don't recall, like, this looks sick. I'm not saying this doesn't look cool. That shit looks cool as hell. I'm just saying that is not the original poster for that movie. And this feels weird, and they pick a, like, that wasn't what advertised the movie. You can't just make shit up. I saw Van Helsing because my best friend wanted to watch it, and I remembered watching it with her. But I remember watching, and this is so 100% true. I'm getting distracted by how pretty she is right here. I remember watching Van Helsing around the same time I watched the movie Underworld for the first time, and that was very confusing. In terms of, like, there were, like, vampires and werewolves, and Kate Beckinsale was there. I don't remember which is which, like, and they're not tonally very similar. But, like, she's dressed like, you know, a cunty vampire in both of them. It's just, it's very hard to remember. Like, okay, what are the things that had Hugh Jackman in them? That's how I can remember what parts are Van Helsing. Because, like, I know this is nobody's problem but my own. But, how do you say it? How do you say what? Anyways, yeah, this feels like it's from the same vein as, like, the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, or that Dracula. Oh god, it's got the guy who looks like Orlando Bloom in Pirates of the Caribbean, but, like, you got him on Temu. It's Dracula. I was gonna say Untold. I don't know. Yes, Luke Evans. I'm sorry, Luke Evans. Luke Evans in Dracula Untold looks like they wanted to get Orlando Bloom in Pirates of the Caribbean, but they couldn't afford him. Sorry, Luke Evans. So yeah, these were all like, oh, that's fine. That's fine. Now that I have a love and appreciation for Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter, maybe I'd be more into these, like, campy gothic horror movies, but I don't know. I'm realizing I say Helsing like the two words hell and sing. Helsing. Okay, yeah, Helsing. Yeah, I've always heard it more like Helsing, like with a Z almost. But I could be the problem. I don't know. How do you say all the things you say? Who do you think you are? That's the problem. I'm too powerful. No one can stop me. I just say things, and then it's like, if I can't say it, someone stop me, and then nobody stops me. And I'm like, shit, I'm gonna keep going then. I saw 1408 because, again, my mom is a huge John Cusack fan, and if there was a John Cusack movie, it was coming soon to our household. Yeah, it's just one L. Because it's a guy's name. So it's Von Helsing. What is his first name? Johann? Abraham. That's it. Kyle actually recently got a copy of Dracula when we went to a Barnes & Noble that's going out of business, and so everything was on sale for super, super cheap. By the way, Helsing was very famously played by Peter Cushing, if you didn't know. There was a bunch of Dracula, like we're gonna get Dracula movies, and Peter Cushing played Van Helsing and Christopher Lee played Dracula. And Christopher Lee and Peter Cushing, they're like the Lee Cushing Hammer movies. Hammer was the production company that did this budget horror movies of this variety, Hammer Films. And Hammer Films is famous for doing like Dracula, Frankenstein, the Mummy, kind of what we think of as like the Universal monsters. But they weren't Universal, they were Hammer. Hammer used Christopher Lee and Peter Cushing as a pairing in a bunch of their movies, and it became famous as like Lee and Cushing would do these Hammer Brothers horror movies together. So you'll see a lot of times these two paired up for these like kind of gothic Victorian periods horror movies. So that's very fun. And see, like, Robert, it's so funny. I have so many touch points for things. For me, I remember reading Dracula for the first time, and I had only read I had read an epistolary format novel in 4th grade called, and this is so true, I remember this so well. I want to get this book and reread it because it was so important, but I don't even remember what it was about now. Called Regarding the Fountain. This is the exact cover of the book that I had. We had to read it in 4th grade, and I was so excited to read it. Regarding the Fountain is an epistolary novel, and so my 4th grade teacher taught us like what epistolary format was. And so that's why, like, to me, like, if somebody's like, oh, what's epistolary, I don't know what that is, it's like, did you not go to 4th grade? Because Mrs. Jenkins taught me epistolary format in 4th grade. But that's rude. You should just teach people things when they say they don't know it. So if you don't know, epistolary format is, and it says epistolary novel right here, an epistolary novel is a novel where instead of being like a first person, third person, what have you, style narrative story, it is a novel, whatever, short story collection. It's almost like found footage, but in a book. It is a format of letters, or so it could be letters back and forth between two people. It can be diary entries. It can be a collection of like telegrams and receipts and things like that. And I think it's so fun. I just think epistolary novels are so cool. And so I had not read Dracula. And when I was in 7th grade, I found out, let's see, what is the most famous epistolary novel? Number 1, the horror classic Dracula, because that's right. And then if you look, the Gothic pioneer Frankenstein. That's right. 2 of the most famous horror books of all time are both epistolary format. And so when I found that out, I thought it was so cool and immediately got a copy of Dracula from the library and read it, and I was obsessed. And so like I have a lot of knowledge just pulled from that, because after I read Dracula, you start seeing references to the actual book in things, and I saw the Bram Stoker's Dracula film version. God, somebody famous did that. I can't even think of their name right now, but the famous 90s Bram Stoker's Dracula with Keanu Reeves and Winona Ryder. Yeah, it's not necessarily just characters writing letter Omega. It can be characters writing letters, but it can also, like, regarding the Fountain was really cool because it's not, it's just like, you'll find like sometimes the page will be like a list of receipts or like invoices for things, or it can be, it was Coppola. Okay, I was like, it was one of the Italian mobster guys. But it could have been Coppola or Scorsese. That's the problem. It's one of those two if I don't know. And it fucking rocks. Yeah, the red, like, it looks like human muscle armor lives rent for, like, people try to tell me that there's bad acting in that movie. You think I remember what his accent what Keanu Reeves' accent was like in that movie? No. The only thing I remember from that movie is this. This, like, it looks like muscle tissue armor. I don't know why, but this shit just, like, burned itself into my brain. There were so many other things happening in this movie that are, like, more a feast for the eyes. But this right here with the long hair and then just this, like, musculature armor really stuck out to me. It's like, wow, that is crazy. Just a really strong visual. Oh, this is so funny. This is the copy of the book that we got for super cheap because it was going out of business on Amazon. The pages are silver. Oh, wait. No, I don't think it's this one. It's this one. Yeah, and the pages are silver. That's how I'll know if it's right. Yeah, told through letters, diary entries, and newspaper articles. That's another part of it. It can just be like newspaper articles added. It's literally like found footage scrapbook style. Dracula is one of the best examples in an epistolary novel, using the found nature of its entries to immerse the reader. What's really cool is because it's mostly diary entries and things that are dated, is there is a online newsletter you can subscribe to for free called Dracula Daily, and they start the first day of the book Dracula. And they will email you just the page. Like, it has its own Wikipedia page now. I'm already subscribed. But they will show you just the page that day. So it starts on May 3rd every year, and it runs from November 7th. Began its 6th run this May. So you can sign up now, and you're only a little bit behind. And if you wanted to, you can just go to No Thanks, Let Me Read It. And so Dracula, May 9th. We're actually pretty close since it just started. If you go down... And because Dracula's in the public domain, this is all perfectly legal. Dracula, May 3rd. Meet Jonathan Harker on a fun road trip for work as he collects some new recipes. And then this is the first page of the novel for Dracula. And then the entire substack, like, you'll get an email. Sometimes it'll go a week with no emails. Sometimes you'll get like 4 or 5 emails a day if somebody has like multiple diary entries or multiple entries from the same day from different people. And so you will get these, like, the actual book. Like, this is the actual Dracula, the novel, because it's in the public domain, so it's free for them to just copy and chunk it up. And you can read all of Dracula over the course of, like, 4 months. Surprisingly often in my life. That somehow makes perfect sense, actually. I didn't have to question that one. Damn, that sounds so cool. Fuck. So anyways, yeah, Dracula's like brought here. We're distracted because of Billy Elliot, but highly recommend Dracula as a book. Just, yeah, epistolary format novels are really fun. I saw 1408 when it first came out. We got it on DVD the week it came out on DVD. I always wished it was a little bit better. I'm not gonna lie, I can't pretend that I thought this was a perfect movie. I was always like, oh, this is like one of Stephen King's lesser film adaptations. But it was good for what it was. And there's some alternate endings that have like happier endings, which makes me happy. Here we go. We gotta watch May. And here's the thing about May is this is another DVD cover, or like, let me be honest, VHS cover I would see at Hollywood Video all the time as a kid, and I was so fascinated and drawn to it, but also too terrified to pick it up. I thought May and Amelie were like the same movie. Like, just to really phone home the comparison, because sometimes the Amelie movie, like, I'm showing that. Sometimes she looks a little bit more flesh toned. The Amelie cover that we had was one of these ones where she looks like fucking green. You're ruining my life, this plate. Don't play games with my heart right now. Okay? So, like, this was the cover, and then there was also May. I always thought that these movies were connected somehow. just from the vibe that the two covers gave off, in my heart, these two films were connected. I don't like romance fantasy my ass. These are both horror movies. I didn't know if one, like maybe May was the English translation of Amélie. I don't know. But I was terrified to death of both of these movies, so I never watched them. I found there's a YouTuber who was popping out some really good horror video essays. And I watched 2 or 3 of them, so more started popping up on my feed. And she made a video. I'm trying to find it before. Here's her channel. She made a video titled "May Just Needed Somebody to Match Her Freak," and the thumbnail says "Femcel Queen?" ? And it's just I love it. It has profoundly made me nothing has made me want to watch the movie more, and I watched this video. It's very good. So seeing what it's about and being like, oh yeah, this is a movie I could watch. But May just needed somebody to match her freak, and the Femcel Queen right here was a very powerful sell. So yeah, and their channel is Shake and Bake, but it's Shay, like S-H-A-Y, Shake and Bake. So I'm assuming their name is Shay of some capacity, and I'm so pissed off that they just got to have this great pun. What a great name! Fuck you. I get so mad. What do you do with Kaylee? Nothing. So yeah, I really want to watch the movie where somebody needs to match her freak. I just think that ad was so good. I don't touch the Bridget series. Talked about that at length. I did not see Hoodwinked. It came out when I was 13, which is when I was like, I'm not watching movies with this terrifying animation, especially if they're not even Disney movies. So I did not watch Hoodwinked. I probably can't really be convinced to watch Hoodwinked, but a lot of people say, like, look, one of the funniest animated films I've seen with some of the worst animation I've ever seen. I'm not joking when I say this is the funniest movie I've ever seen. Knives Out for the Wii U. Okay, wait, is this a murder mystery? I'm just now realizing that I thought Hoodwinked and Over the Garden Wall were the same movie. I'm just now realizing those are actually different movies. Yeah, Over the Garden Wall, I'm good on. Sorry, I'm good on Over the Garden Wall. I don't know if that's a hot take. I don't need to see it. My siblings watched a lot when they were kids, so it was like on in the background in the kids' room. That's enough Over the Garden Wall for me. That fucking like squirrel thing pisses me off. I want to punt it. It's a murder mystery set in the Red Riding Hood. Alright, well I guess we're watching that. Fuck me. Domestic disturbance at Granny's cottage involving a karate-kicking Red Riding Hood, a sarcastic wolf, and an oafish woodsman. You're on thin ice because this animation looks absolutely terrifying. But I am realizing that this frog has a little French mustache, and frog is a slur for Frenchmen, so I think this movie might be racist in a fun way. That's something. I've seen it. It was alright. Damn, if Zyger thinks a movie's alright, that movie is ass. Trilogies come in 3s. We get it. I feel like if you're gonna watch a scary movie, you should just watch Scary Movie 2, and then you've seen enough Scary Movie. We'll see if the new Scary Movie can change my mind on that, but I'm not expecting it to. Love Exposure. Haven't heard of this. Makes sense. It's a 2008 Japanese movie, and those were hard to get your hands on in 2008 America. So I'm gonna pop that into the maybe. All right, fuck you too. Look, Zyger, if I don't like a song, it's a really bad song. For me to be like, on a song, usually my version of it was okay is being like, yeah, that was good. So if you don't get a yeah, that was good, if you get less than a yeah, that was good, that means it was And that's kind of how Zyger's movie taste is to me. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just that, like, if Zyger's like, meh. Wow. That's a boring movie. He listens to Halo music for fun. You know? Enough said. Let's move on to something more controversial. I haven't seen Nacho Libre. And I'm not gonna lie, part of me would be like, yeah, I should watch Nacho Libre. But again, Jack Black has just become the loudest, most horrifying Zionist. Your mom is a scientist. How are you so stupid? So, super disappointing there. And so then you have the like, hey, Jack, you're not anything other than white black. This parody of Mexican culture, why are you starring in it? Maybe you produce it? Maybe you pay for it to get made, but maybe you let like a Mexican actor actually play the role. Is that weird? Is that crazy? I don't know. But yeah, I haven't seen Nacho Libre. And the only thing I'd say about Nacho Libre is in 2006, I was a freshman in high school. In my freshman Spanish class, everybody had to pick their Spanish name. And one kid in my class picked Nacho because of Nacho Libre had came out. And he was like, well, if Nacho Libre can be named Nacho, then I want to be named Nacho. And I'm not going to lie, we called that kid Nacho the whole year. I don't know his name to this day. To this day, he had like big fluffy skater hair because it was 2006. And I could pull him up in my freshman yearbook and find out his Christian name, but his name to this day is not. I remember being a senior in high school and like having him in another class and be like, oh, it's Nacho. And like he just became Nacho to a section of us. With all that being said, our Spanish teacher, who was a mean white lady, no, that was my sophomore. Spanish teacher was mean, who was a regular white lady. She pushed back at first because she was like, that's not a name, that's a food. You can't name yourself Nacho. And that's when he was like, well, Nacho Libre is named Nacho. And I remember being like, damn, if I was a teacher, I still would have been like, well, fuck you, don't be smart with me. But instead she was like, whatever, you can be Nacho then. I didn't find out until a year or two ago that Nacho is just a nickname for Ignacio. Like, Nacho 100% is a real nickname. Like, guys who are named Ignacio won't just will go by Nacho, not because not like the food or anything, but just like that's a nickname for Ignacio. It's a real standard. It would be like Bill for William. It's just a standard nickname. Or maybe you could say like Jim for James, just there's a technically a little bit of a change there, a little bit more than just the one letter. But like, yeah, Ignacio gets nicknamed to Nacho. I found out there's another guy who's going by Nacho, but in like real life was a real Hispanic guy going by Nacho, and I was like, what's his real name? His real name was Ignacio. That's what I was like, wait, what? Googled it. Yeah, Ignacio has a totally normal abbreviation to Nacho, and it's not considered weird or like standing out as strange. It's just like, yeah, that's the nickname for Ignacio. If somebody says, oh, me llamo Nacho, you assume that their name is Ignacio, that it's just short for Ignacio. So, fun fact, I had no idea, and neither did my Spanish teacher. My mom loves John Cusack. I can't stress enough. I have seen a lot of John Cusack movies. I watched Serendipity when it first came out. We had Serendipity on DVD, so I didn't see it in theaters when it first came out, but I saw it when it first came out on DVD. And to this day, I think it has ruined my life. To this day, a small part of me hopes that something as romantic as the movie Serendipity will happen to me. I know that sounds so dumb, but like to this day, a small part of me is like, what if I could get like a serendipity type thing? Like, this is my gold standard for cute shit. This is probably my go-to rom-com. If you're like, Haley, let's watch a rom-com, and like I go through my Letterboxd list of all the rom-coms I've watched, Serendipity would probably be that girl. Wait, if you're asking me right now, it's like, Kaylee, what other thing came to mind for you for like, you know, an example? The Wedding Planner would be like the second. I watched The Wedding Planner so many times as a kid. The whole brown M&Ms have less dye because chocolate's already brown really pissed me off. Those idiots deserved each other. But I did watch The Wedding Planner a lot. We had it on DVD, and when I didn't know what to put on TV, I'd be like, oh, let's watch The Wedding Planner. So I can't lie. We watched a lot of J-Lo. My mom loved watching Enough, and I loved watching Enough. That's my favorite J-Lo movie. Fun fact, I fucking love Enough. That's a good movie. Serendipity feels like a fake word and also has an awesome mouthfeel. You are 100% correct, Squid Girl. This movie, I believe, is also what taught me the word serendipity. I was 9. So at 9 years old, I learned the movie Serendipity. And that's where, like, Kaylee, how do you get such a big vocabulary? You just do shit like watch John Cusack movies when you're 9. It's not hard. But yes, this is... I haven't seen it in so long even. What I remember most is that, like, these two strangers run into each other and have an amazing night together. They just like have crazy chemistry and they have this amazing night. And John Cusack's character is like, let me get your number, girl. Like, we should keep hanging out. And Kate Beckinsale's character is like, I'm a dumb bitch. I believe in serendipity. So I'm going to write my phone number in this book, and then I'm going to give this book to a used bookstore or whatever. And if you get your hands on this book one day, you'll have my number. And then, like, years go by, and he finds the book and he calls her, and like one of them is engaged, and so there's a whole thing where they're definitely home wrecking at some point. They might both even be engaged. I think they're both dating somebody, but he's like, hey, I found the, because he's been hunting too, like it's not even just a by chance thing. He hunted for a while. I think maybe he gave up or whatever. He finds the book with her phone number, and so he calls her and he's like, hey baby girl, serendipity baby. And so she's like, well, I mean, I was like 6 years younger and more naive and optimistic. I don't actually believe in serendipity like that. And he's like, well, what do you call the fact that I found the fucking book? And she's like, damn, you got me there. And they fall in love. That's what I remember about the movie Serendipity. The only realistic part of this movie is that a straight guy freaks out when the woman he's hitting on has never seen his favorite movie. Bonus points if she's never even heard of it. What kind of person doesn't need a free piece of birthday cake? Not gonna lie, if my soulmate doesn't write his name in an old book that I need to find in a bookstore in New York City, I don't want it. That is exactly how I felt. To this day, I'm always just like, so happy they ended up together. Like the whole movie, I was just telling myself this movie will only be worth all that nonsense if fate leads John and Sarah all together ultimately. Reminds me of Sleepless in Seattle. So yeah, I don't know how popular this movie is. It's page 6 of all 2000s movies, so I guess it's more popular than I thought, considering I've never had another human being bring up Serendipity to me. But this is one of my soft spot movies. I have a big soft spot for Serendipity. It ruined my life. It ruined the concept of romance forever for me, because every human being I've ever interacted with has been secretly held to the bar of serendipity. I think one of the reasons that maybe we're learning something real time. Kyle and I's meeting can only be described as serendipitous. And I think that's one of the reasons why I pursued him for 3 years, even though I don't believe in pursuing men. I guess maybe I was the John Cusack in our love story, now that I'm thinking about it. I don't know. But yes, I was completely destroyed. And look at Kate Beckinsale's hair in this movie is so cute. Look at her. Looks great here. She got the little flippy. She got the scarf. She's like 2001. Jennifer Love Hewitt invented this little skinny scarf for white women, and we loved it. So, girl, I actually love getting books from thrift books because they have, like, writing and stuff on them. I got a book from Thrift Books, and it was a Dear America book, so it's a middle school kid book, and in it was a sheet music for The Treasury of Scales, which is definitely perfect for a middle schooler, and it was folded into the book and forgotten, and I haven't been able to throw it away. I love it. I love it so much. I love pieces of paper in old books. I love the most of these are old middle school library books. This one, F, Dear America, and then they have historical fiction with a little pocket watch as the symbol. And on the front, it says Sagewood Middle School, LMC. And then if I open it, Sagewood Middle School, Fox Sparrow Road, Parker, Colorado. Sagewood Middle School with the barcode to scan it back in. Oh shit, this takes place in Scranton, Pennsylvania. Well, it starts off and then it goes to Chicago. This one, J.F. Den. I have a way better idea. Power of free will. So this is APGAA Library. J.F. Den. No, this is Barry Denberg, I believe, wrote this one. Property of the U.S. Army. December 22nd, 2004. Post Library, AA, APG, Maryland. I didn't even realize it's from a military base. This is a book about the Holocaust. Special edition, too, I didn't even notice. I wonder what makes it special. My last edition wasn't special. And it was Barry Denberg. He always makes really, really depressing books. So whenever a story is really sad, like I know this one is, Barry Denberg. Property of the U.S. Army. How fucking crazy is that? And then this one is a different school, so it's got J.F. McKissick. See, I like the first one that has it by series, so all the Dear America books are together. These other two have it by author. And then it has a Conestoga wagon for its historical fiction marker. And then it's the Dorothy H. Floyd Library Love It. And then they tried to censor some stuff with a Sharpie that you can definitely still see the barcode through. Maybe that was just so that it wouldn't scan. And then look it. It's got the discard. But look it, starting in 1999. Not even. There's 98. All the way to 2017. Tell me that shit ain't cool. Like, I love buying used books. The Lovett School. Dorothy H. Floyd Library. Guess what? They are stacks of dead trees, and they have it everywhere. The Lovett School. I love getting used books for this reason. I just think it's so cool. And then here's a better view of the historical. I like this historical fiction. I think it's more fun than a Conestoga wagon, but I love historical fiction too. So yeah, I love buying used books because I just think they're so fun. Where you get all of the little most of these are barely opened. They look brand new. The fact that this has been checked out 15 times is crazy to me because it's in perfect condition. Very powerful. So I always like getting these books. 1, they're cheaper. 1, it feels less wasteful. 2 or 3, you get little notes, trinkets, stamps, little fun things. We're at House of a Thousand Corpses. I worked at the movie theater. I know I say this all the time. I worked at the movie theater when what was the sequel? The Devil's Rejects came out. Not even. I don't know why they played this then. When I was working at the movie theater, I started in October. And my movie theater, this was an AMC. The AMC was playing, it says the new Halloween was a Rob Zombie Halloween. Because they were doing a thing where in one of the smaller theaters downstairs, they were playing House of a Thousand Corpses one Saturday. And then the next Saturday, they did the Devil's Rejects. And then the next Saturday, they actually did a double feature of House of a Thousand Corpses and the Devil's Rejects. And then the next Saturday, Halloween came out. That Friday. Halloween came out. And so they were doing these we're going to do all of these small Rob Zombie screenings. And they only did it that 1 year, and they never did stuff like that otherwise. It was wild. Honestly, I feel like it's got to be a pretty small house if 1,000 corpses fill it. They're corpses. It's not like they each need their own seat. You just pile them up. It's not 1,000 people for the fire code. That would be a big house. But 1,000 corpses piled up in the attic? How big are the corpses? It's a great question. So yeah, they did my theater did a special Rob Zombie thing. So House of a Thousand Corpses and the fucking other one I already used, The Devil's Rejects, both were there, and it was my first week working at the movie theater, and so you bet your ass I did the checking every 5 minutes like you were supposed to do theater sweeps. So I saw a bunch of chunks of these movies. Guess there's nowhere to get the corpses. Well, that's what the movie's for, Dee. That's the movie. So I'm not big on these super gory Rob Zombie movies. Halloween, his remake, I thought was fine. I was all right, we get it. You love your wife. Rob Zombie, I think, is the first wife guy I ever learned about. Genuinely trying to think. I really think that the first man, it was oh yeah, he's into his wife, but as a personality trait. That I was made aware of was genuinely Rob Zombie. That's so funny. Yeah, Rob Zombie is my original wife guy example. Right? Maybe even just the bedroom. I'm good. I saw Not Another Teen Movie so many times as a kid, and I'm gonna be real with you. If you guys forgot, 1, it has Chris Evans, So whenever I think of Chris Evans to this day, I think of him in Not Another Teen Movie, not whatever MCU shit's happening at the time. Because in Not Another Teen Movie, Chris Evans makes himself into a human banana split. Not Another Teen Movie whipped cream, banana split. And there's this very so he's trying to Not Another Teen Movie is a scary movie style parody of teen movies, specifically She's All That. That's right, we're going to be playing a scene. And so Chris Evans is trying to be the She's All That jock who turns the nerdy paint and overalls girl, played by Kyler Lee, who kissed her brother in a... So Kickboxing Academy, Kyler Lee's brother, Christopher Kamen Lee, who, by the way, is a Red Ranger, they played love interests, and they kiss in this movie. And it's very weird, because they are real-life siblings. They are real-life... They were, like, teenagers, and they had to play love interests in a movie, and they make out at the end of that movie. It was not chaste. It's very weird. How much money would you have to get paid as a teenager to make out with your sibling on camera? I'm just curious, because for me, there isn't an amount. That's fucking weird. But for both of these two, apparently it was whatever Kickboxing Academy was paying in 1999. Doing a quick check. Nobody seems to know that there's a brother and sister making out in this. The entire theater screaming, no, 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 every time the romantic leads are about to kiss, because in real life they're brother and sister, is definitely a cinema-going highlight for me. A trash masterpiece that isn't discussed anywhere near as much as it deserves to be. Yeah, like, it's fucking... What was the casting director smoking, and what was the director smoking? So I can never look at Kyler Lee without thinking of that. But Not Another Teen Movie, he's trying to be the jock that falls in love with the nerdy girl, but the nerdy girl's not interested because it's a parody. And so he keeps trying to just, like, come onto her, and it's not working, and it basically culminates in this scene. It's a parody. That's the, like, Seth... Because it's also a parody of Can't Hardly Wait, and that is the parody of Seth Green's character in Can't Hardly Wait, who's getting the shit beat out of him. But I believe it's also Kyler Lee's little brother in the movie. It is a movie that ostensibly all of your friends will be seeing.
Once you've got her trust, it's time to make her feel special.
I think of him being like, Janie's got a gun, all the fucking time, by the way. I forgot this was all the same scene.
Pick a song with her name in it.
Pick a song with her name in it. This is what I think of about Captain America all the time.
Janie's got a gun. Janie Briggs got a gun. She's got a gun. Janie's got a gun.
So stupid. It's so stupid.
Run away from the pain.
Take it easy, miss.
Take it easy, miss. It's so stupid, but it makes me so happy. So stupid.
Just give us the gun, Janie.
Just give us the
After
gun,
you succeed
Janie.
in making her feel special, it's time to put the icing on the
The
cake.
the UMD on PSP for this movie. Okay, it was all culminating in this.
The only reason that I came here was to tell you just to leave me alone.
You know, I was just making a snack.
I was just making a snack.
No.
No.
Listen,
I'll
Jake.
be right back.
But
I haven't watched this movie since I was in like 4th grade. my friend had this movie on DVD, and whenever I would go to her house for sleepovers, and we lived in the same apartment complex, so it was really often, her and all of our other friends would fall asleep at like midnight, 1 a.m., but I have always been me, so I would be up until like 4 or 5 a.m., and there was never anything to do. And so there would be like a couple DVDs that were easy access, and one of them was Not Another Teen Movie, and one of them was Dude, Where's My Car? So I watched those two movies all the fucking time as a kid. Whenever I went to her house, like I'm imagining my friend Melanie's house in my head with this movie, because that's where I watched this movie so many fucking times. Dad's wall of Jake's accomplishments. Jake's Princeton graduation, and it's just, you know, once he's there. This is your Captain America, ladies and gentlemen. I think of it all the time.
Hungry?
Hungry?
I don't like Sundays.
Oh, it's not a Sunday. It's a banana split.
I don't like those either. Goodbye, Jake.
Sucker, it's so good. Wait, just wait. Whenever I see Chris Evans in an MCU movie, I think of him walking away with the banana wiggling on his butt. It's so stupid, but it gets me every time. That's America's ass. That's what people are like, oh, that's America's ass. I'm like, that's America's whole banana split, you guys. Y'all don't even know. I watch this movie so many fucking times. Yes. Yeah, I would definitely like to watch the whole thing now just to see how horrifying some of it is. It's either really good or really bad. I can't tell. You're telling me Janie has paint on her overalls? What a loser. How does Chris Evans feel about the fact that nothing he does will ever top this? That is 100% how I feel. Oh my god. Oh man, just that little clip was so much funnier than I even remember the whole movie being. Now I'm like, I do kind of want to watch this again. Because yeah, Not Another Teen Movie imprinted on me sexually in a lot of ways. Each of the Killer live action is basically the opposite of Not Another Teen Movie. I haven't seen it. I'm not into that type of gore. I did see Red Dragon. I was very young. I was 10. They really just let Brett Ratner keep making all sorts of movies. What the fuck? God, he just looks gross. Maybe it's the rat in his name. I don't know. I walked in on my mom watching Silence of the Lambs when I was a kid and I haven't seen Silence of the Lambs since. So I don't know how much of this is my childhood nightmares and how much of it is real. Here's what I remember from Silence of the Lambs. Somebody get Omega Crispy. Well, we got Dee Dee here, my two movie watching able to verifiers. Hey Zyger, is everything okay? A lot of loud banging from Zyger's room just now. I'm gonna hit play on the music again because I forgot about it. And I can't keep getting away with it. Oh my god. Didn't mean to give everyone a fucking heart attack. I scared myself because it was really loud in my ear. I forgot I was wearing headphones. I forgot I was wearing headphones. I walked in on my mom watching Silence of the Lambs, and what I remember is I think of it as the elevator scene. I remember an elevator with like a cop in it, and the Silence of the Lambs guy like opens the elevator from the top and like grabs him and pulls him up. And then when the cops get back to the scene, they go like up the elevator, and there's just like the cop has just been like vivisected and is all like spread out and just like open corpse style and mutilated. And I remember being terrified and running away. That's what I remember about Silence of the Lambs. And I remember from that point onward being terrified of elevators. And whenever I would get in an elevator, I try not to do this because I try to be brave. Usually when I get in an elevator, I like glance up to look at where the like hatch is, and I consciously like don't stand under it. I will stand like away from it because I'm like, I ain't getting snatched from above. Nope, not like that. Not like that. I'll go out a lot of ways, but that is not one of them. Like, I'm not getting snatched from above like that. Whoop, nope. So I don't know how close that is to the reality of what happened in Silence of the Lambs, but it really imprinted on me, and so I was really afraid of Silence of the Lambs. So I've never even gone back to watch the full movie, and I've never seen Hannibal. So I was like, probably shouldn't see Red Dragon because it's a prequel. But then if I had to guess, it was probably my mom rented it on DVD and watched it, and I was like, there's nothing else to do in this house except watch like Ralph Fiennes have a weird back tattoo. And I think this was the start of my like, I think Ralph Fiennes is weird. But one of my hot takes is I don't fucking trust Ralph Fiennes. I don't know if that's a hot take. Like, I didn't trust Kevin Spacey for a decade because he just gave me really bad vibes before the he's a rapist thing came out. So when I say like he gives me bad vibes, like his brother already has confirmed not great stuff. And he gives me just bad vibes. I wouldn't want to be alone in a room with him. I don't trust him. He gives me like my lady senses that keep me safe from danger go crazy when I look at him. Like, he has a darkness behind his eyes that I do not appreciate. The lights are not on. Squiggle, you would probably recognize him from the Usual Suspects poster. Because he's the limpy one in the vest. He's the one with the deep V. The deep widow's peak. His whole hairline is just one widow's peak. That's Kevin Spacey. I guess you didn't say you don't know what he looks like, but like the one Kevin Spacey movie that I know I've seen is Seven, actually. I haven't even seen The Usual Suspects. I don't know if we've gotten that far, but yeah, I haven't actually seen The Usual Suspects. I've seen him in Seven. So I haven't seen American Beauty because he creeped me out really bad. Like, the guy he plays in American Beauty was just the vibes he was giving me. And I haven't seen American Beauty. I just read the wiki recently. Did I see Super Returns? I've seen the movie 21. I've not seen Pay It Forward. And I did see the first Horrible Bosses. So I've seen a couple Kevin Spacey movies. But yeah, he's just given me the worst vibes. So, like, sometimes I'm like, look, I don't have to justify myself to you. Vibes are vibes. But if you're asking, just for the record, I call them Kevin Spacey vibes. And I've always called them Kevin Spacey. Fun fact, but before Kevin Spacey got exposed, I would be like, Kevin Spacey was my go-to. Like, I don't know, he just gives me bad vibes. And I used to compare him to Jim Gordon Jr. So the problem is when people don't read comic books, so they don't really know who Jim Gordon Jr. is. And if I have to explain it to you, it's still not really going to give you the vibe that reading the comic gives you. But Jim Gordon Jr. is James Gordon's son, Barbara Gordon's brother, and he is a sociopathic serial killer. At one point, after Barbara Gordon is paralyzed, he stabs Barbara Gordon in the leg because he knows she can't feel it. It's weird. He's not good. I remember killing Kevin Spacey in a Call of Duty game I played. Alright, I didn't see that coming. That's pretty powerful. Wow. I did forget that they did put Kevin Spacey in a Call of Duty game. God, Call of Duty just reproduces so often now. Which one was that? God, that was Advanced Warfare, which is 12 years old. Wow. The game story. Sledgehammer played veteran actors Troy Baker and Kevin Spacey. Who the fuck was like, Troy Baker's gonna get top billing? Like, one is a veteran actor and one of them is a veteran voice actor. Like, let's be very clear. Those are different things. Because here's the game. A lot of actors want to think that they can be voice actors, and then they find out the hard way, and we all have to suffer that they actually can't, because voice acting is a very different talent than regular acting. But then voice actors get this, like, high horse thing where they're like, yeah, regular actors can't voice act, unlike voice actors who can definitely regular act. And it's like, no, actually, those are two skill sets. Some people have both. I haven't seen Ashley Johnson in anything since she was a small child, but she was good on Growing Pains or whatever. Family Ties? You know. So, like, she probably can do both. Nathan Fillion definitely can do both. Some people just do one or the other for a reason. Usually for a lot of reasons. Wow. Call of Duty Advanced Warfare is 12 years old. I'm literally sitting here like, does Sledgehammer Games still exist? Yeah, they still exist. They have 450 employees. Because I get this thing where I forget it was Infinity Ward and Treyarch. That's it. I was like, do you guys remember when Call of Duty was a thing where there were 2 studios and they took turns releasing? And it used to be one was the good studio and one was the bad studio. And then the bad studio came out with Black Ops. And everyone was like, wait, is the bad studio the good studio? And then it all went downhill from there. That's what I remember. When Infinity Ward... Infinity Ward, which somehow is giving me real rural juror mouthfeel. Infinity Ward still exists, doing their thing, making games developed. Yeah, they did 2, 4, Modern Warfare 2, Modern Warfare 3, Ghosts, Infinite Warfare, World War II. Call of Duty Modern Warfare is already a game. No. That was Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare. This is Call of Duty Modern Warfare, which is the 16th game. Fuck you. Man, what are these naming conventions? Fuck you. And we got Warzone. That's not confusing at all. I know it's like their MOBA, whatever, or their Battle Royale, but still. Modern Warfare 2. What's going to happen when they get to the 4th Modern Warfare? They already did it. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4, which is legally different than Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare. Fuck this. I'm going to become the Joker. What do you mean? What do you mean Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4? Not to be confused with Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare. Do you hear yourselves? Not to be confused with Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare. I will kick a baby. It is the 23 installment. You could only think of 22 names. Now we're getting different permutations of Call of Duty Modern Warfare and the number 4. Oh. I always like Treyarch, so I'm about to go catch up on them and be disappointed, I'm sure. I like rooting for the little guys. They were the little guy for Call of Duty. Everyone always picked on them, so I felt bad. And then I really liked Black Ops, so I was like, haha, joke's on you guys. They still exist. Least locations of all of them. Oh, they did 007 Quantum of Solace? That's fine. What have you guys been doing? Black Ops 2, Black Ops 3, Black Ops 4. You guys just were never allowed to move on. That's right. They made World at War, which people liked, and then Black Ops, which people liked, and then Black Ops 2, which was like, okay, and then Black Ops 3, which was like, all right, and then Black Ops 4, where it was like really 4 lines. You're not even doing Roman numerals correctly anymore. And then Black Ops Cold War, legally distinct from the other Black Ops stuff. And then they finally got to do something different and made Vanguard in 2021. But just kidding, that was a Sledgehammer game. They actually only did the zombies in ranked play mode. And then in these two, they did the ranked play mode. And then in Warfare 3, they did the zombies in ranked mode. And then Black Ops 6 and 7, co-developed with Ravensoft. They're not even allowed to do the Black Ops by themselves anymore. That's crushing. The 4 lines Black Ops was so fucking stupid. It made me so mad. It made me so mad. And the worst part, I'm pretty sure my PS4, this was the bundle that was out for the PS4 at the time. So I had a Call of Duty Black Ops 4 lines for PS4. I can't remember if it was that or if it was when Call of Duty 3 came out. No, this was 2015. I had the Call of Duty 3 Black Ops bundle. Call of Duty Black Ops 3. Jesus. It's so confusing. It's still not as confusing as talking about the Xbox generations, which I really do think takes the cake in terms of like the OG Xbox, not the Xbox One, because that's different, and not the Xbox One X or S, because those are also different, which are different than the Xbox Series X and S. Like, piss me off. So ironically, I'm realizing now that the 2 Hannibal movies that I've seen are Red Dragon and the Michael Mann Red Dragon. Or Manhunter. Mindhunter? Manhunter. I was right. Yeah, because I've seen Manhunter. And I've seen Red Dragon. And I haven't seen Silence of the Lambs and I haven't seen Hannibal. So, I don't know how that ended up happening, but there we go. I saw The Mummy Returns in theaters, and I'm going to be so fucking dead ass with you. Oh, wait, no, this is the second one. This is the second one, not the third one. I saw the third Mummy in theaters. Tomb of the Dragon Emperor. In 2008. So I was going to say, no, I was definitely older than 2001. I saw the first 2 Mummy movies and I loved them. I watched them a bunch. I cannot stress enough how many times I watched the first Mummy movies when I was a kid. In 2001, I was 9 years old. So I saw the first Mummy movie when I was like 9 or 10. Gave me horrible nightmares, but everyone was so beautiful I kept watching it all the time. The comic relief villain with the fez who gets scarabs inside of his skin. Oh, I still get the heebie-jeebies thinking about it. I hate it. So I watched the first 2 Mummy movies a shit ton. And then my best friend in middle school and most of high school also was like, oh my god, I also love the Mummy movies. So in 2008, when the third Mummy movie came out, we didn't need to see any trailers. We didn't need nothing. We heard there was a new Mummy movie. We knew what date it was coming out. We were there. Her mom and dad took the 4 of us. Her mom and dad took the 4 of us to see The Mummy, Tomb of the Dragon Emperor. And I remember the movie starting, and I am being so for real right now. I remember the movie starting and being really confused for like the whole movie and then having to look it up afterwards because I was just so deeply confused. Because I never noticed that the first 2 movies were period pieces. I thought they took place in the 90s because that just looked like appropriate clothing to wear while you're in Egypt, and like I just thought they were a little behind on technology in terms of cars and shit. I thought that the first 2 Mummy movies took place contemporaneously in like 2001, whatever the fuck, 1999, 2001. So when The Mummy, Tomb of the Dragon Emperor starts, and they're like it's like the 40s, and it's a very stylized, aggressively the 40s, I was like, why did they time travel back to the 40s? Are they going to address how they time traveled back to the 1940s? And I was so fucking confused. So, like, I've always been, like, I was a pretty sharp fucking kid. I was reading a lot of books that most people still haven't read. But I'm also an oblivious person. So when I tell you I never noticed the first 2 Mummy movies took place in the 1920s, I was in the theater watching the third movie being like, wait, why did they travel back in time? Literally, are they going to address the time travel was all I kept thinking. And then when the movie ended, I'm talking to my best friend and I was like, how did they end up back in time? And she's like, what are you talking about? They've always been set back in time. And I'm like, no. And it's 2008. So at this point, when did it come out? I think it's early 2008 and I don't even have my first job yet. I think I'm like 15. Because I didn't have my BlackBerry with internet until I think I got it with my very first paycheck. Yeah, this was July 2008. So I didn't even have a smartphone. I had to wait until I got home to look it up. And then I was like, oh my god, you're right. They were set in the past. I had no idea. So I love the Mummy series, but whenever I think of them, part of me is just like, you dumb bitch. You dumb bitch. So, yeah, so we've seen, just mark that. I've seen The Mummy. I've seen The Mummy Returns. I don't know why I'm opening it to mark it as watched. I've watched it. Oof. Also, Kyle showed me Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. I hadn't seen this movie, and when Kyle and I first started dating, he was like, hey, do you want to watch Kiss Kiss Bang Bang? I kind of want to watch it again. And I was like, I've heard the name Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, but I have no idea what the fuck that movie is. Also, I just found out Val Kilmer was a huge pedophile who was friends with Jeffrey Epstein post-conviction and wrote a letter to him about how hard it is in society for, quote, people like them or people like us, according, if you want to quote directly. And he was fired as Batman because not just was he an asshole, but he literally put out his cigarette on a cameraman's arm. That was the inciting incident to him getting fired. So, like, he's a real bad guy. He's charming as fuck in this movie. I hate how much you like him in this movie. And also, it's the first time I've seen Robert Downey Jr. in anything that wasn't an Iron Man film. He's such a little baby. I loved it. I thought it was so good. I love the 90s noir, like, little... I know this is 2005, but you know what I mean. That like 90s noir renaissance. That was very little brief window. This was just kind of a later version of. I just thought it was so fun. This is the type of fun movie I like. Like, it reminds me of Seven Psychopaths. Just one of those like fun movies. Hey, his name. I don't necessarily like usually like crime dramas or like, you know, the fucking The Departed type movies, but I love a like Seven Psychopaths, In Bruges, Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, a more tongue-in-cheek, a more like that but on its head a little bit more meta, a little bit more in like winking in on the joke type, a little bit more playing with genre, a little bit more fun, a little looser, I guess. I don't know how else to describe it. It's a very thin line. That's the line between whether or not I'm into like a crime movie or I'm like, okay, this is kind of boring. Haven't heard of this movie. Let's see why. Because we don't hear about... In 2009, we weren't showing foreign language movies yet. That looks like a Hispanic Alan Rickman. Tell me that doesn't look like a Hispanic Alan Rickman. Yeah, a little jazzier. Just like a cosmic gumbo. Because, this was remade with Nicole Kidman. Oh, there it is. In 2015. I'm realizing I'm going to have to watch a Julia Roberts movie to complete my watching every Nicole Kidman movie thing. But I'll have Chiwetel Ejiofor in it. That's exciting. That's the first time I've seen Julia Roberts look her age. That's nice. As in, I haven't seen Julia Roberts where she wasn't from the 2000s. Not that Julia Roberts usually doesn't look her age in real life. It's just like, wow, a movie where Julia Roberts looks the age Julia Roberts is now, and not like, wow, look, young Julia Roberts. Almost every movie we've seen so far, because we're in the 2000s and 90s, obviously, have been like young Julia Roberts. This is the most popular older Julia Roberts movie that I've seen. To make it less confusing. Breach. I can get back there. I have the technology. Boom. And then boom, and then boom. Oh, he hasn't made much. 2003, 2015, 2007. Oh, 2020. Okay, cool. He's still, yeah. 2007. I wonder what page it's gonna be on. Oh my lord, it's a baby Ryan Phillippe. So Laura Linney? Gary Cole? Knew I recognized her. It's Kathleen Quinlan. It's based on a true story? Interesting. I'm gonna just want to watch this. We're getting very dangerously close to finishing this whole page, and it's only taking us 4 hours. Okay, I guess we're just a 1 page a day family. No, we're gonna do some work. I haven't seen any. Okay, I got a subscription to Shoujo Beat when Shoujo Beat came to America because I'd had a subscription to Shonen Jump for a really long time, and I was trying to support the girlies. But I learned that either I don't like shoujo anime, like I don't like shoujo art styles in general. I don't think, because even sometimes Clamp can get a little ugh for me. So I'm not a big fan of shoujo manga styles, and particularly I consider Nana to be the One Piece of shoujo anime. Because I find it as ugly as One Piece, but it is super famous and well regarded, and a lot of people will tell you that it's not ugly at all, you just don't like the style, and it's like, sure, art's subjective, go off. But like, doesn't this kind of look like Nami One Piece here? Like, do you see the vision? Well, like, yeah, this is better when this anime is trying to like take the style and kind of smooth it out a bit. But I really, really struggled to read Nana in Shoujo Beat because I just find like look at all their foreheads. I found that the shoujo in Shoujo Beat had a more like blending realism and Western styles with anime in a way that I don't like when they're like hyper realistic like this. And I've seen that early anime actually went through some growing pains with this as well, where you'd have like this, how hyper detailed and realistic are they going to make the characters, and they kind of simplified them over time to achieve the like anime aesthetic as we know it today. And I like that because this shit just does not do it for me. I don't know why. I'm so sorry. Like I get that it's really cool, but it looks like shit to me. In the same way that One Piece is just literally so ugly, it's hard for me to look at. So I've never been able to really get into Nana. I love that it's there. I appreciate it for what it is. Vicky Cristina Barcelona was how I found out that we were still letting Woody Allen make movies. I knew that Woody Allen was a fucking creep, and I knew that he had made a bunch of movies in like the 70s or whatever that made him famous. But in 2008, when Vicky Cristina Barcelona dropped and I found out that Woody Allen was just making the movie, I was 16 years old. Like, I was a 16-year-old girl. So I feel like my opinion on the matter really meant something because I felt so unsafe. I don't know how to describe it any other way. When I found out that Hollywood was just doing regular press tours, people asked, oh, why don't you fuck with Scarlett Johansson? Because she did Vicky Cristina Barcelona in 2008. I've never forgiven Javier Bardem. I've never forgiven Penelope Cruz. Like, I genuinely don't fuck with anybody who has had the audacity to be in a Woody Allen movie post, oh, by the way, he's a rapist. But quite frankly, every single time I see a fucking Woody Allen movie, I do this stupid thing where I'm like, because like he's still making movies 2023, 2020, 2019, 2017. I remember when this fucking Crisis in 2016 dropped. 2016 again, 2015, 2014, 2013. Look, that's your stupid fucking fuck Cate Blanchett. Fuck Cate Blanchett, I hope horrible things happen to her. She can't be raped as a child, so she'll never know what his victims have gone through. But holy shit, Woody Allen was exposed when he married his stepdaughter. That was like the 90s. 1997 is when they got married. Like my whole life. That's the thing, Omega. I have never known Woody Allen outside of, and then he started fucking his stepdaughter. Like, that is all I have ever known about Woody Allen. There has never been a time in my conscious life, because I was 5 years old in 1997, where he has not been a fucking creep. Oh, one was when he posted, Azim is also in purple for me. So on this screen, like on the actual screen, you guys are in yellow and purple, so I look crazy. But on my Twitch chat, you're actually both the same shade of purple that Azim is, like, up top here. So I saw purple and didn't realize there were two people in purple. For example, Squigirl's blue, Dee Dee's yellow, Sliger's green. So a lot of times, if there are people who are two colors, like right now I know that Salty's always gray. If there are people who have two colors, I'll usually be like, I have to pay attention to differentiate. But I actually didn't even realize, like, I didn't register Omega as purple until just now. I'm not defending him. I know, you're not defending him. I'm like mad at society. Sorry. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, look at all these fucking movies that just came out. Like, all these people should have known better. So yeah, I found out that this fucking creep, they just kept letting make movies. Like, this movie came out and it wasn't like, holy shit, they're letting him make movies even though he's a rapist. I feel like there's at least once a month where Kayla talks about how much she fucking hates Woody Allen for half an hour. It's true. I hope to do it until I die. If Woody Allen has no haters, etc., etc. Because, yeah, when this movie came out and I realized that Woody Allen was just allowed to exist as, like, an auteur director still, I was like, society is not a safe place for me. I am a 16-year... And I was a 16-year-old girl who was 136 pounds and a triple D at the beginning. I was a triple D in 7th grade. So by the time I was 16, I was in like the FG category, but back then it was really hard to find bras in my size. My mom was having to order them online. It was a fucking nightmare. So it took a long time for me to even figure out what size I was. But like a very like prime for grooming and targeting by people like Epstein, 16-year-old. Like, I knew exactly how dangerous the world would be. Like, if society just let people like Woody Allen keep making movies with Javier Bardem and Scarlett Johansson in them, I was like, oh, the world is just totally okay with preying on young women. That's just, the world is not a safe, like, I do bitch about Woody Allen a lot because, yeah, Woody Allen to me is even more than Roman Polanski has that like, but he had a tragic wife and baby get murdered, so isn't it okay that he raped one 13-year-old type like shit around him? But Woody Allen, there is no like tragic backstory. Woody Allen, because that's the thing, is I knew he was a creep and I knew he made like comedies, and then I made the huge mistake, I remember why I pulled this up, sorry I closed it, of looking into his movies. This sick fuck made Mighty Aphrodite 2 years before he married his stepdaughter. Woody Allen's whole, like, Alice, all of the fucking Diane Keaton movies. Every Woody Allen movie I have ever read the plot of has been like, much younger, attractive, manic pixie dream girl is just so smitten with schleppy guy played by Woody Allen that they have a May December romance with lots of sex. The end. Like, he has just been making movies about what a fucking creep he is for so long, and to find out that these were the movies that were so important and funny and clever that we had to excuse grooming and child molestation for, it just made me so sick to my stomach. It's why I'm a very firm, like, anti-great man mythos person, because there is no movie good enough to allow that, let alone these creepy Freudian slip films. Right? And then you look at our president. I look sideways at all the people who love all the Game of Thrones incest shit. It makes me very uncomfortable how much people are comfortable just like shipping nephew and aunt together and shit. Like, there used to be lines in society, and they're just tearing the lines apart in ways that I don't like. It's so weird. All right, yeah, Vicky Cristina Barcelona is like that movie that just rots me to my core with disgust. Like, how dare that movie exist? Here's a fun fact. Look, we have Ryan Johnson, Believer of the Dyslexics, Joseph Gordon-Levitt, 2005. Oh, wait! I have heard of this movie. I read the wiki for this movie, and everyone's giving it high ratings, and I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not going to watch it. This is another example of that. I say 90s more, mostly for the alliteration, because this is another 2005 flick. But this is another one of the, like, remember the 40s? And doing noir things. Got in Euphoria, destroyed them, honestly. See, but people were just so happy to be like, oh, thank God, I'm so happy I can finally talk about how much I love incest. That's the thing that's so scary. It's like one of the things that was so scary about Trump is finding out how many racists you've always been surrounded by. I've always been like, I've always chosen to believe that there were more good people in the world than bad. And I think one of the hardest parts about living through MAGA as a movement is learning that that's not true. And it's more like 30-30-30 in terms of like good people, bad people, and ambivalent people. And then like 10% that are just idiots and will believe the last thing that they just heard. That's and so you have to be like, is 30% of humanity being good and 10% of humanity just being too stupid to be good worth it? That's 40%. And to me, the answer is yes. That, like, I don't know what that says about me or other people who disagree for one reason or another, but I think that if 40% of humanity is worth saving, then humanity is worth saving. That's too many people. That's like, what, 3 billion people plus? That's a lot of people. Like, even if 40% of people are good people and 60% are dumb, evil, or let's be real, both, well, it's 30% good and 10% that are just ignorant. And ignorance can be cured and turned into good. That's what I mean by, like, people can disagree, Omega. But, like, yeah, if 30% of people are good, 30% of people don't give a fuck, which is the same as being evil, and 30% are actively like, yeah, I'm evil, I don't give a fuck. The ones who are like, you just said I don't give a fuck twice. The I don't give a fuck are, and we're not talking about 40% of the electorate. Like, you could be like, oh, a lot of those numbers match the electorate, but I'm not just talking about that. because it's more complicated than that. Because yeah, one, there's lots of people who don't even vote. Those also fall into the 30% of ambivalent. So yeah, the math gets like, that's why you can't just look at it purely like that. That's why I'm like, because it's, Omega, if you wanted to be more generous, it's more like 47% of Americans voted correctly, right? It's not even that bad. It wasn't 40-60. It was like 47-53, right? Which isn't as bad either. That's like, oh, just shy of half of people are good. But then it's like, no, just shy of the half of people who bothered to vote are good. And so then, it's like, bothered to vote. Well, a lot of 17-year-olds are good people and they can't vote. And like, you know, and so you have to do a lot of math. And that's why I think in my experience and a lot of tests and numbers, I think that intrinsically, naturally, like 30% of people are just born with great morals. 30% are born with not great morals. 30% don't allow themselves to question, or just like, I'm too busy. I have to put food on the table. I can't be worried about what's going on in society. I have to worry about my family. Those are part of that 30%. And then you have 10% of people who will just believe the last person they talk to about anything, and so they're pretty dumb. You got to kind of keep them on a short leash. As soon as they start getting like programmed into fascism, you got to pull them right back out. But they can't. They're easily impressionable. I like to think of anybody who's ever been in an MLM is in that 10%, right? The funny thing is that last type is Trump. So a lot of people don't know that. If a couple things went differently, because Trump was totally cool, like hanging out with Democrats and liberal people when they were nice to him. Because he does whatever the last person he talked to told him. And then he just started being in rooms with more and more evil people. And he was like, wow, this is so much easier than pretending to give a shit. But then it's like, you know, his inclinations aren't. And then you get into like nature versus nurture because of all the childhood abuse he suffered. And like, it's a whole thing. Evil people are complex, it turns out. I don't want to hear all this again. I might make Omega really sad. Honestly, I'll make Matt really sad. He gave this 5 stars. I read the wiki for Brick, and you should probably watch it, especially if you're like a I really like Rian Johnson type. I'm not a I really like Rian Johnson type. I'm not a I don't like Rian Johnson type. I love the Knives Out concept. Low-key, each one is always a little bit more disappointing than I want to admit it is, but I'm so happy they exist, and I'm always hoping they'll encourage more copycats before Kenneth Branagh, who is literally the devil. But like, I don't care about Looper. I don't care about the Star Wars movies. It looks like most of the other stuff is stuff I haven't recognized. So I guess maybe, I guess he stays here. Is he a TV guy? What was he doing before this? I'm sorry. I thought Rian Johnson's filmography would be longer. Because these all look like kind of, well, this is an untitled Rian Johnson movie, but like these look like, everything before this one, The Brothers Bloom, look more like, what's the fucking word I'm trying to think of? Like student films. Yeah, like 8 minutes, short films, projects, not like movies. So I didn't realize his filmography was so short. Brick was his first movie. And then The Brothers Bloom, and then Looper hit it big, and then he got The Last Jedi, and then he's been making Knives Out movies. Wow. I just thought Rian Johnson had done more. Third movie being Star Wars is pretty huge. I mean, it was Peter Jackson. It was George Lucas' second, so I guess it's, not that crazy, but still. Anyways, this is a 90s neo-noir thriller movie, and don't like the ending, so I don't want to watch it. But I'll just leave it at that. I know, I don't want to spoil anything, and it's a very subjective thing, so that's why I'm like, it's probably a good movie. You should probably watch it. I don't like... Here's a Park Chan-wook movie. Put that in the... Maybe we should watch that. I don't care about the Saw films. Kung Fu Hustle. I don't have that gene where I love watching zany Kung Fu movies, or even most Kung Fu movies. I sat through 3 Ip Mans for a boyfriend, and that was because I am a good person. Because I'm not an action person. I loved the wire work in Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. And if it's a Kung Fu movie that usually does cool stunts, like cool, because all the other stuff is cool stunts. That's why I'm like, ugh. But if they do kind of fantastical stunts like that, I'm a little bit more in. But yeah, so Kung Fu Hustle feels more my vibe. But then it's Also sounds like it's a kung fu movie plus a comedy, and it's like a slapstick comedy. And I'm not a big slapstick guy. Yeah, physical comedy. I like Looney Tunes, but I like it to be toony. I don't like my violence and slapstick to be live action because it's very hard for me not to have the sympathetic, like, oh, ow, oh, I hope they're okay. Like, I get too empathetic about things like that. And so when it's cartoons, it's like, I got hit on the head with a frying pan, he's fine. But in a movie, I'm like, oh, no, that man's dead. And I get like too, does that make sense? So I feel like action movie comedy is a weakness of mine. Check how I can't remember any of the buddy cop films I've watched. Yeah, and a lot of kung fu movies I've watched have very much been like, to me, there's vengeance, and then they just get vengeance by punching everything. I'm not as into it. Also, Dawn of the Dead being a 2000s movie feels crazy. This is a Zack Snyder remake of Dawn of the Dead. Zack Snyder did a remake of Dawn of the Dead? Why? Why did we need a 2004 Dawn of the Dead remake? Wow, I missed this completely. This is Zack Snyder's first movie? This is a baby Snyder, and they were like, here, remake a super famous movie? Wow, they really just have been having him. They were like, remake a super famous movie, then remake a comic book that's incredibly niche. And to his credit, he crushed that. And then they were like, make literally an unfilmable movie. That was his third movie, was the unfilmable movie. If you didn't notice, Watchmen was considered the unfilmable comic book. Written by James Gunn? What the fuck? And George A. Romero. What do you mean James Gunn wrote a Zack Snyder directed Dawn of the Dead remake and it was Zack Snyder's first movie? What the fuck is going on? Things just happen and I have no idea. Now I gotta add to my watch list. Fuck! Now I have to fucking sit through this. Oh. Right, because that's the thing. You're telling me it's pretty good too. That's the worst part. Didn't he do a sequel to this? Oh, Army of the Dead. Somebody take neon lights away from this man. It does have Dave Bautista in it. I have been really wanting to see Bautista in more things. Yeah, Army of the Dead. Damn. Am I gonna have to watch this too? I'm gonna watch the first one on the side because it's got the beautiful girl from Yellow Jackets and Fallout, Ella Purnell, and then it's got Dave Bautista. Then it got Tig Notaro in it. All right, cool. What the fuck? This one only got 2.5 stars. It is not very good. Damn. Super indulgent, but sometimes the best therapy is making a goofy zombie action flick. All right, that's kind of fun. Wow. Yeah, because sadly, I know that Zack Snyder really loses the sauce because Rebel Moon was absolute hot water trash. That was just really... I can't believe I know that it's because it was a 2-part deal from the beginning, but I still don't know how this got 2 movies. Well, it does have the... it's also a zombie outbreak in Las Vegas, so it might not be... like, he wrote it himself, but it is definitely his own sequel to... Yeah. Sorry, that is also what I assume. This isn't a remake of a different George R. Romero movie. Romero? What is happening? Romero. Wow. Dawn of the Dead. I had no idea that existed. Sideways is funny because I only knew that this movie was about alcohol when it came out in 2004 when I was 12. So for some reason, my brain filed this as movie for adults and that I wasn't allowed to watch it. I just decided that. No one told me that. I was just like, this is about men and alcohol. I'm a 12-year-old girl. This is not a movie for me. So I actively tuned out anything about the movie Sideways. I have actually been really wanting to watch it once I found out what it was about. Because it's got Paul Giamatti and Virginia Madsen in it. And now I'm finding out it has Sandra Oh in it. Do you know how many episodes of Arliss I watched just for Sandra Oh on ESPN2? Yeah. Yeah. That's why I put up with Grey's Anatomy. I don't know about the rest of you. I did see Hitch. That was weird. That was like, oh, not all Will Smith movies are good. It sucks because we get so few Eva Mendes movies and so many of them are bad. Like, Too Fast, Too Furious, Hitch, Ghost Rider, let's be honest. Damn it, that didn't really occur to me that she was in 2 Nick Cage movies. That's fun. Night at the Roxbury. But then she's in, like, Once Upon a Time in Mexico, and that's fun. And she's in, fucking Training Day, The Other Guys. She was great. Like, her fucking role in The Other Guys was hysterical. I forgot she was in Knocked Up. As self, uncredited. Okay, that makes more sense. The Women, they tried. Stuck on You. Holy shit, I forgot about this movie. Oh, wow, I forgot about this movie. I remember being so confused because this movie is about conjoined twins, but I was like, how the fuck do you have conjoined twins that aren't identical twins? And I know that's stupid, but the one thing I could not wrap my brain around this movie was the idea of conjoined twins that weren't identical. It really, really, really... I love The Spirit. I know I'm the only human being on the planet. A second human being has heard of The Spirit. Normally, if somebody talks about The Spirit, they're talking about how bad it is and how much they hate it. I saw it opening Christmas. Like, I spent my Christmas watching this movie. I saw it Christmas Day when it opened. And I loved it. Where's The Spirit? I know she was in it. She was... There it is. Everyone hates this movie. Look at the rating on this bad boy. Nobody likes this movie. I love this movie. I know it's so fucking stupid. I know it's like 5 stars. Yes, I'm reading this 5-star review. Buckle up. A beautiful expressionist love letter to pulp, horror, and heroes. A comic brought to life with such stark detail and clever compositions, evoking Fritz Lang, Edgar J. Ulmer, Orson Welles, Murnau, all the greats. Frank Miller knowingly makes a piece of overcooked noir, but with goofball jokes and hilarious visual puns and absurd, hard-boiled narration. The only reason I know that this was rejected by the critical establishment, and by most viewers on here, is that this doesn't shy away from its digital artificiality. In the same way that the Wachowski sisters' Speed Racer uses green screen to bring anime into live action, this willingly abandons conventional Hollywood verisimilitude, but isn't a parody of superhero stories. It's trying to be closer to the spirit of the visual storytelling that makes these heroes impactful on the page, but otherwise banal on the screen. I'd love a whole lot more comic book movies if they had the courage to look as unique as this does. That's also what I loved about this movie. I loved visually how impressive this movie was. It's the only thing I've seen that tried to do what Sin City does. I keep forgetting Eva Mendes is married to Ryan Gosling. Like, she really just made a bunch of movies with Nick Cage, married Ryan Gosling, and went, I'll see you when I see you. And now does whatever the fuck she wants. Like, honestly, goals. But I miss her. Well, to be fair, the actual Spirit comics are like 1920s, 30s, nothing really. They're very thin. Golden Age in general, and they were like newspaper comics. They weren't even like comic book comics. So there's just... What I remember from reading about the Spirit comics, there just wasn't a lot. And so the idea that, like, it's not faithful to the comics that nobody outside of my great-great-grandfather has read that were also very thin. Okay, it is an American comic book. It wasn't a newspaper one. I did get that mixed up. What's he doing now? He's still doing stuff. He's fucking around with a Green Hornet. Somebody bought the rights to make a Green Hornet and the Spirit comic. That's fun. Apparently has an 87 film too. I'm learning all sorts of stuff today. That didn't stop Warren Beatty from making Dick Tracy. Huh? One day I'll watch Dick Tracy. That's another movie where I'm like, I should watch this. Yeah, Hitch. I watched it and I was like, I don't think I'm that into it. Here's the thing. I don't think I've seen Ghost Rider. And I definitely haven't seen the second Ghost Rider. In fact, I'm going to say that there is a 0% chance I've seen Ghost Rider. We are going to add it to our watch list because it's Nick Cage's Ghost Rider, and I really need to fix that. I never want to watch Hostel. I never want to watch a movie like Hostel. Hostel invented a genre of movie I hate. I don't like torture porn. I don't respect torture porn. My uncle recommended this to me when I was 8. The biggest jump scare was the Quentin Tarantino cameo. Get it? Like the feet. Yeah, to the point where, like, I saw Cabin Fever when I was a kid. 2002, yeah. I saw Cabin Fever when I was 10 years old. At the same house that I was watching Dude, Where's Your Car and shit at. Like, look at this. Nobody needs this. naked teenager. Like, I'm so over this type of schlocky sexploitation gore type horror. I know it sounds really lame. It just feels super misogynistic. Sorry, Eli Roth. I don't trust a single member of the Splat Pack around women. Sorry. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, you know, just because you make fucked up art doesn't mean you're a fucked up person. Blah, blah, blah. Junji Ito, blah, blah, blah. You know, don't judge. But I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. All he makes is shit like this. I'm not into it. Finn? Who names a movie The End? Well, somebody who wants it to be over. Oh, they really did just chop that shark's fin off. I think this is just an actual documentary about sharks. A group of scientists, researchers, and activists sail around the globe to unveil the truth behind the deaths of millions of sharks, exposing the criminal enterprises that is leading to the extinction of these misunderstood creatures. Documentary fair. Okay, yeah. It does look like it's a documentary. I was like, Nina Dobrev? Yes. That Nina Dobrev is an executive producer of this film. She's from she was the star of the Vampire Diaries. And now it looks like she's a producer, and she executive produced the shark documentary along with Leonardo DiCaprio. That's the, like, you hand them money and you're a executive producer, I think. I don't know. Still impressive. So yeah, no, I have less than no respect for Hostel and any film like that. Speaking of funny games, I can't do it. This shit makes me nauseous in a way I don't like. Like, I get nothing from it. It's just watching humans be tortured. Michael Pitt does so many of these movies that I try not to look at him sideways. Why is every Michael Pitt movie he's playing some sadistic murderer? I don't know. I don't like it. Also, him and Naomi Watts look like brother and sister here. Like, holy shit, him and Naomi Watts look so similar. They don't play siblings in the movie. That wasn't the point of the movie, but holy shit, they could have cast them as siblings. Now, here's maybe a hot take. Bully is a 2001 movie. It hasn't popped up yet, but I talk about Bully a lot. I saw it on Comcast On Demand at my friend's house in like 2002, 2003. Here's my hot take, Omega. Naomi Watts has looked the same from the moment she got famous to every single role she's in to nowadays. Nicole Kidman could literally be a different person in almost every movie I see her in. Some Nicole Kidmans are super hot. Some Nicole Kidmans are intentionally not hot. And some Nicole Kidmans are like, I don't find her hot, but I could see how she'd be hot in that. Like, I don't know, you don't like it, but Practical Magic, Nicole Kidman is super hot. The others, Nicole Kidman, she's not like super hot, right? Like there's like different Nicole Kidmans. And so I think that Naomi Watts, you're going to get a consistent, oh yeah, that's hot Naomi Watts showing up. But the thing I like about Nicole Kidman is that sometimes, like, Nicole Kidman has more of that ugly pretty, where, you know, like the most pretty people have like one thing wrong with them, type thing. And Nicole Kidman has that, like, alien pretty. That, like, you know, the, like, it feels mean saying ugly pretty, but, like, that's a good thing. Like, how Anya Taylor-Joy's eyes are a little too far apart, and it gives her such a unique appearance that, like, it makes her gorgeous, right? I don't see Squid Girl. Here's hot take. I disagree. I think that there are very unique pretties, and then there are very, like, boring pretties. Like, I think if I say this, you might know what I mean. Instagram model pretty is a very specific type of pretty, but it's also a very cookie cutter common, you can just buy that face from any plastic surgeon type pretty. So it doesn't really stand out, right? Like, like what Omega was saying. And so a lot of, like, casting directors will say that. Like, they'll either want somebody who's a pretty that doesn't stand out pretty for a role like Twilight. Like, Kristen Stewart is one of those pretties where, like, you can make her look not pretty. Anne Hathaway at the beginning of Princess Diaries doesn't look cute with the bushy eyebrows and all the stuff on her. But they knew if they cleaned her up, she'd look really pretty. Like, some people have that pretty. Some people don't have the ability to be uglied up. You can't put Angelina Jolie in a situation where she doesn't look like that. They shaved Natalie Portman in V for Vendetta, and she didn't look any less pretty. Like, if you need somebody who can kind of transform, Some people don't have a transformative pretty. Charlize Theron could do Monster because she's gorgeous, but she has a face that, you know, is unique. And so you can kind of turn it and twist it and transform it. And so I think that Naomi Watts to me is a little bit more standard pretty. Blonde hair, blue-eyed pretty. Very, like, pretty. Whereas Nicole Kidman has, like, this, like, curly, frizzy, strawberry blonde, reddish hair you don't see a lot. And she's very, very tall. Nicole Kidman's, like, 5'11". And she has this, like, who knows that sometimes looks a little crazy. Like, it's interesting. And she's got that, like, very, very pointed Cupid's bow that's very defined. See, for Mulholland Drive, I think that's a bad example because I thought she was so much less cute than the other woman in that. I don't want to get into, like, I think Naomi Watts is very pretty. If you're curious, I think Naomi Watts is cute as a fucking button. Right here, boop. See? Naomi Watts looks like this and everything, but this woman had so much more, like this, and that's part of the movie. It was very intentional. Like, she's supposed to be an America's sweetheart type, you know, like, small town blonde. And she has this, like, dark, noir-y, femme fatale, brunette, dark eyes, red lipstick type thing. So it's very intentional for the film, but I just find that I'm more attracted to that. Like that, a little bit more, like, unique. Oh, man, remember Naomi Campbell? Yeah. Yeah, that's another great example. Wait. I thought this was Demolition Man, and I was like, what the fuck is he doing on the cover of Demolition Man? He's not in this movie. I got so confused. All right. So yeah, I think it's interesting. I think that, like, she has the same face album, so you know what you get. Which I also like. But I like that with Nicole Kidman, I have no idea how I'm gonna find. Isn't she also in this? I knew it. I was like, that's a Nicole Kidman movie. God, really bothered me they made Bombshell. But this is when I think of cute as a button, Nicole Kidman. I love her with red hair and bangs. Anyways, yeah, I don't know. He's always playing mean, scary guys. I hope he's nice. Because he plays mean, scary guys. I don't like it. I know I have seen the Step Up where they fall in love. And I know for a fact I've seen Step Up 2. I don't know why I've seen either of these movies. I know for a fact I saw them at my familial home. So I imagine a member of my family is to blame. I don't think I've seen Freedom Writers. I have definitely been in the house fucking around in the kitchen while my mom watched Freedom Writers in the living room because this is her exact style of movie. Yeah, I wish Channing Tatum could have grown up in a period of, like, dance. Hugh Jackman already is huge, but instead of Hugh Jackman Wolverine, we could have gotten Hugh Jackman Gene Kelly. Because that man can also sing and dance like a motherfucker. Like, there are so many male leads in Hollywood that we would be surprised could find out are so smooth on their feet and have a good singing voice. I don't think Channing Tatum has ever sung, to my knowledge, but he can dance, so. I haven't even heard of the movie Hail Caesar. So I'm just looking at this and be like, yeah, this is how we dressed in 2005 with the little, we loved a bolero of any kind. Wow. And I definitely had so many big belts like that. And this is, to this day, I think this cut of jean is just what everyone should be wearing. This is the exact type of movie that you would watch in high school. 100%. I don't need any more remakes of Dead Poets Society, is I guess the TLDR. So we have successfully completed page 7. It did take us 4.5 hours. That is partially my fault. Partially. I'm trying to think of a reason why it's not 100% my fault and nothing's really coming to me, but it's my stream, so we're just gonna get out of here early. Do not start on Master and Commander with me. This fucking movie, this god, my AP Euro teacher put it on, second period Master and Commander. All the boys are just so entrenched. They're loving it. They're all having a great time. And me and the other 5 girls in my class are like, not more Master and Commander. We've been watching Master and Commander for like a week. Longest fucking movie. How long is Master and Commander? 138 minutes. It feels like so many more. My period was like 50 minutes. I started reading the novels. What is novels? Yeah, this is one of those like... I don't have the like this type of, you know how guys are like, oh, I'm really into the Revolutionary War and muskets, or I'm really into like World War II and tanks and shit, or like I'm really into boats or the Roman Empire. This is some men's Roman Empire. This is not my Roman Empire. 5 stars from Chris. That's locked in. That's real. God, I'm so sorry. All I remember about this movie is getting so bored and it just being dark. Because we were also watching it on like a rolled-in TV in class, and I just remember the whole thing just being dark and like candlelit, and all these night boat scenes where I could barely see or tell what's going on. Periods lasted a week. All right, that's pretty funny. I remember that my high school had shorter periods because we had like 9 periods in a day, and my best friend went to the high school like closest to us that wasn't that one, and they were block scheduling, so she had A days and B days, and she had like 3 classes a day, and each one was like 2 hours. It felt like hell for me. I loved it, where it was like you'd sit down, you get like 5 minutes of gathering the class, 40 minutes of teaching, 5 minutes of gathering the class to leave. It was great. Quick, great for my ADHD. I could not do super long classes. I remember having a science class that was a period and a half, because some of the more advanced science classes had to be a period and a half because you couldn't do experiments in 40 minutes. And it was so long as my physics class. It was just so long. All right. We are going to pick it back up on Wednesday with the Master and Commander page. I have watched... I already marked it. I watched it. Well, I watched it. We'll just mark it. I'm not watching Passion of the Christ. I have a story about Sky High, so we're going to stop there. Because I didn't... What is this reason for this movie? This is... Well, that's really important too. We're going to talk about that. Alright, anyways. Raise the 4 topsails. Pipe to quarters. You, man, climb the rigging and don't use the lever hole. None of those words are in the Bible. Alright, we are going to leave it there. Tomorrow we are back with Video James. I'm going to be finishing Mantis' House and Paralives. It's going to be really exciting. You got to write down your... Don't worry, I'm going to see Sky High, and then I'm going to be like, here's my Sky High story. That's it. I think of it every time I see the Sky High poster. You rest assured, you'll get the story.